better orientation. I hope you guys can hear me well. Sorry, I had a bit of technical difficulties there and the stream cut out, but that's okay. We're back now. I was doing my Medium Day channel. I'm still taking part in Medium Day 2025. Thank you to everybody who has joined so far. And yeah, don't worry. I hope to see you guys join again soon. Very sorry for the technical difficulties. Thank you, Dream Seeker. Yes. Maybe with this, because I prefer this orientation anyways. I agree. I think this is just a better look altogether. Not that I didn't enjoy the old look. Like, I mean, I just appreciate being able to be here. But I agree. I think this is a more professional look. I wanted to have it set up this way before. For some reason, though, my camera automatically switched when I started to the vertical, sorry, to the horizontal stream. So what are you going to do? Let me just go like this. I'm going to ask this poll question again. Then I'm going to, maybe I'll do is I'll edit the other one a little bit. But let's see who joins. I'm still taking part in Medium Day 2025. Don't worry, I'm still here. And yeah, this goes till 8 o'clock. So it's about 5 more hours to go, 5 hours and 45 minutes to go. Learning about how I can best utilize Medium when writing about Freemasonry. Tell her thank you. I hope that she's having a great day. Tell her if you get too messy, she has my permission to hit you over the head with the broom, or hit you over the head with the dustpan, or with something, with whatever it is that she best wants to hit you over the head with. It's up to her. She can decide. Just setting this stream up quickly. Like I said, we had technical difficulties with the last one. Sometimes that happens. If that ever happens during my 24-hour live stream, don't be alarmed. I promise, just stick around for a few minutes and I'll come back on. I'm going to try to make sure for the whole 24-hour live stream, I'm this orientation and not the vertical orientation I was a second ago. I am going to put this one to private for a second. It is my birthday on September 22nd. That's why from the 21st to 22nd, I will be giving away tier memberships. Award of the state. Well, when you say do you mean like, I'm not sure what you mean by that. Do you mean like adopted or, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you mean by ward exactly. Having said that, I hope that you are doing well, Chris. And if ward does, kind of what I understand ward to mean is that kind of without family, I hope you know that if you're on my stream, I consider you part of my family, I consider you a friend, and I'm very happy that you're here. So right now, I'm still checking out all these different booths in the in Medium Day 2025. And you're right, Dream Seeker. It is one of those things where if you are like in the moment, in the time, people want to watch. People want to watch vertical in this orientation, but if they're sitting down to watch it after the fact, they tend to watch it horizontal. Yeah, okay. Um, However it is you came to be a ward of the state, I hope that everything's okay, you're being taken care of and protected and all that good jazz. Whether it be from childhood or whatever it might be, right? But obviously, just because you're the ward of a state, that doesn't mean you don't also have rights as it relates to that. So, if that made any sense at all. 4 votes. Still 4 people saying no. They don't follow me on on Medium. So please follow me on Medium, for heaven's sakes. It's super easy to do. I've already left the information in my streams a few times. Medium.com/ at Adamson / or Adamson-Cameron. But I hope everybody watching this is doing well, and thank you all for joining us. And I hope, Dad, the cleaning lady hit you over the head with the mop or the broom or whatever it is she has around. She can't miss you. You've got a big, shiny, bald head, so it's easy. It's an easy thing to hit. Let's see. Oh, I'm gonna go to everyday prompts for better creative practice. I want to see what some of these prompts might be. I'm gonna miss most of it, but still, maybe I get to see some. I got my chips. Welcome. Jump in the chat. Let me know how you're doing. Mike Tyson, hi, nope, what's up with the fries? I do not know what any of that means. What are the fries to which you refer? Do you say nope? Do you mean nope in terms of no, you don't follow me on Medium? What is the nope in this circumstance? And please hit the like button, by the way. And Mike Tyson, please hit like and please hit subscribe. SmackDown is tonight. I was thinking of going to watch it, but then I thought, I do have a big head, Casper Inky Magoo. It's a mouthful. If you want to make me feel better about the size of my head, I hope you'll hit the like button and I hope you'll hit the subscribe button. Right? I've grown to accept that. And I still don't know, Mike Tyson, what you mean with the fries. Well, thank you, Casper Inky Magoo. That is something. I will take it. I'm just watching and taking part in Medium Day 2025, going to different events within the Zoom meetings. It's a lot of fun, and I'm learning how to have better writing when it comes to my Masonic content. Dysentery. Didn't I die from you in Oregon Trail? I do not know who Music Biz Marty is. I have no idea. But I hope, even though I don't know who he is, you'll hit the like button and subscribe button. And by the way, thank you to the 43% of you who do follow me on Medium. It's great to have some Medium followers actually joining me again. To everybody watching, so I hope you're all doing well. And once again, I hope you'll be so kind as to hit the like button and the subscribe button if you're new. And let me know if there's anything you want to talk about in Freemasonry or anything in general or my Masonic writings, why I write, all that jazz would be awesome as I take part in Medium Day 2025. Because I've currently got on Medium, in case anybody's curious, 568 followers. So maybe we can get up to 570 followers. Who knows? And I'm almost at 2,540 subs on YouTube. So if you want to help me out there as well, it'd be much appreciated. I'm just checking out the different booths in Medium Day 2025. I'm just waiting again to see who's all hanging out in these different booths. There's one person in the booth at this moment. This is the chill and chat room. CW, hello. I like your image. I think it's awesome. I like your avatar very much. Are you new to the stream, CW? I don't know if I recognize you from before. If you are... Oh no, so this is, I'm taking part right now in Medium Day 2025. Okay, welcome back, Chris. Medium Day 2025, it's a Zoom conference, it's an online conference where you're talking about writing and how to write effectively for Medium, how to get your message out, all that good stuff. Part of what they have though is in the Medium Day, they have basically a bunch of breakout rooms or booths. They're virtual, but it's just a list of places you can go and chat with people about your writing. And so I'm going around to different ones and seeing if anybody's around in them, a chance to promote my written work. Again, one of the big things today was hopefully get people checking out not just my stuff on YouTube, which I love, but also getting people to check out my stuff on Medium and the things I've written about Freemasonry. Like Digital Global Traveler. And I encourage everybody, if you get the chance, check out Medium Day. You can all sign up and register for it. If you have any interest in writing, I'd encourage you guys to check it out. It's really cool. But mostly we're just hanging out and chatting today. So anything that you guys do want to talk about, please let me know as I check out these different topics and keynotes. Chris, what made you change to CW and with the all-seeing with the eye there? We're going to give it a bit of time. We're just going to wait to see who else joins. Meantime, just hanging out, chatting on Medium Day. Checking out the different discussions, topics, conversations. Let's go to some different sessions and see what they're talking about. Or lobby for the time being. Oh, I'm going to go to just start writing how your passion can gain you an audience on Medium. Just start writing how your passion can gain you an audience on Medium. We're talking right now about AI, generative AI. I am Rebel Duster. I've been a Freemason since 2007. Are you a Freemason, Rebel Duster? Is that from Star Wars? I feel like I heard that phrase in Star Wars once. I don't know. I could be wrong. Um, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button and let me know what you want to chat about. Well, so there's always, I give two answers to that. Um, Hold on just one second. I send this note out. There's two different answers to that, right? There's what compelled me to join Freemasonry, and there's what compelled me to remain within Freemasonry and remain active within Freemasonry, which are very different things, right? Um, because a lot of people are compelled to join, but then don't stick around. What compelled me to join Freemasonry was the fact that I had family members who were Freemasons, my dad, my grandfathers, on both sides. And so there was always just this kind of assumption and idea that I would join sooner or later. What compelled me to stay in Freemasonry is my belief that through Freemasonry, I can try to make the world a better place. Also, I've said this before, it's because I like the way Freemasonry sounds. And what I mean by that is, the things you love choose you, you don't choose them. It's like my favorite song. There's who knows what it is about Simple Man by Leonard Skinner that makes me love it so much, where other people can hear it and not like it at all, right? It's a personal thing. And there's something about me and the person I am that is compelled towards not just joining Freemasonry, but being active in Freemasonry. I hope that answered your question. If it didn't, I can try again. Well, that's a complicated question, Rebel Duster, because unfortunately, um, nobody actually has a good answer as to what being active in Freemasonry means. Like when I'm talking about being active within Freemasonry, what I'm talking about really is the amount of time I spend at Masonic lodges and at Masonic meetings, which is sometimes 6 or 7 days a week. But I'm in a very unique situation because I happen to belong to an area where there's multiple Masonic lodges that exist at the same time, right? The average Mason may spend one meeting a month, if that. I define active at a minimum as attending 2 meetings per year. Um, I attend way more than that. What we do is it depends. We either have our ritual and degree nights where we bring in new candidates and turn them into Masons, entered apprentice, fellow craftmaster Masons, or the administrative side of Freemasonry, which is business meetings where we pay bills, accounts, along with, of course, the social aspects of it, going out for refreshments, socializing, things like that. Um, well, I mean, the mystique is kind of really overdone, Rebel Duster. Um, right? The mystique of it, it's unfortunate, I think, that Freemasons leaned into it so much. Um, Freemasonry has really, to me, never been that mysterious. Never been that ambiguous, right? It's a social club. It's a social club. It's a very old social club. It's got a lot more ritual surrounding it. It's got a lot more history behind it. But ultimately, it's a social club that is really similar to a knitting club or a poetry club. It's just a specific type of social club. The ritual and kind of that aspect of it is more a way to bind, to create bonds through shared experiences more so than anything else. I mean, in some ways it's wild, but in some ways it's kind of to be expected, right? Because um, humans, when Aristotle back in the day said man is a political animal, right? What he meant by that is not man is political, Democratic or Republican or left wing or right wing. He meant men like to join groups. Men like to be part of something bigger than themselves. And for most of human history, the way you could be part of something bigger than yourself was either joining a church or your job. And Freemasonry was one of the first organizations that was not religious, nor was it employment related, and yet allowed you to be part of something bigger than yourself. Also, keep in mind Freemasonry originated in England um, at a time when England was very expansionist, very, very expansionist. And as a consequence, it's not a surprise that Freemasonry would expand with the British Empire through its navy and through the East India Trading Company. Um, and I mean, so I don't think it's as surprising as people make it out to be. When you say also, wow, there's a lodge in every town or village, once upon a time, maybe. Unfortunately, it is becoming less and less common, which is a shame. I hope that it grows again over time and does not continue to maybe drop the way it has been. But again, human beings always want to belong to something, right? That is kind of something that makes humans special and humans unique. Not, I guess, I wouldn't even say unique. I mean, it's a feature of primates, it's a feature of fish, it's a feature of many of our ancestral evolutionary ancestors, and yet that compulsion, that desire, amongst other things, leads us to want to be part of Masonic lodges. I gotta disagree with you, brother Adam. Pepsi is not better. For me, it's all about the Coca-Cola. But brethren can disagree. It's fine. Um, but thank you to everybody who's joined so far. Appreciate it. I'm here taking part in Medium Day 2025. No, I definitely got to disagree with Courtney. I wouldn't, I'll take Pepsi over Mountain Dew. I've never been a Mountain Dew fan. The Dark Order Ranch is doing okay. Still does not believe in ranch, though, just for the record. I do not accept ranch as being a decent thing. Right now, I'm learning about ways to write uh, in a way that will help get people's attention, help express my views. Don't forget, if you don't follow me on Medium, please do. This is the link here. Medium.com/@Adamson_/Cameron. Because 64% of you are not following me on Medium. Well, brother Adam, please do. Medium.com/@Adamson-Cameron. I'm currently taking part in Medium Day 2025, but I have a lot of written content on Freemasonry. No worries, Rebel Duster. I hope that they made sense to you at least. Well, take the chance to switch that, brother Adam. You can be part of the 36%. You can move that up. No worries. I mean, I just appreciate you being here very much. So, whatever you want to say or don't say, The knowledge that you've helped make a brother feel better. But if you want something that's in it for you, you should join my Patreon at a paid membership level. Then you get, amongst other things, free correspondence with special collectors' postcards, coins, all that jazz. I do stream regularly. I stream oftentimes 1 p.m. and 1 a.m. Monday through Friday. And then on weekends, I have very often podcast episodes. Like I'm working on a podcast right now about Freemasonry in Mexico. And once I have that completed, I'll be posting it online. So you can find it there. I don't know where the Cornish Gainhand gets its name, but that sounds, I'm sure that'd be a fun thing to Google. You don't want to represent the 64%, Brother Adam. You want to represent the other side. That's the cooler side to be part of. Although if you sign up for Medium, you do get a lot of really cool options and things to check out outside of just my stuff, for the record. So there's a lot of good writing on Medium. If you like politics, whatever it is you like and you enjoy, you can find it on Medium. Oops. We're good. Welcome back, Pennywise the Dancing Clown. How's it going for you? I hope you're doing well. I hope, as always, you'll hit that like and guess that like button. All right, I'll take that. I will take that. I mean, also, I'm giving away free Patreon tiers gifts during my 24-hour live stream, so that should be a lot of fun. I feel like that's a quote from a movie or something. I just can't think of what it's from, but I feel like that's a quote from somebody. Unless that's just you. Now this 64% is now we're at 58%. So see, we're doing better. It's going the other direction. I would appreciate it, Brother Adam. I mean, the way you do that is through Patreon is the best way to do it. Why did you put a period after every, and why is your thing keep changing? Well, let's not tell that to Chris. I like Chris. And Freemasonry does have respect for ancient Egypt. Freemasonry has respect for a lot of different cultures and beliefs, and philosophical traditions, whether it be Egyptian mysticism or Islam or Judaism or certain Christianity or Stoic philosophy. When it was growing and developing its kind of the ritual side of it, it borrowed from a lot of different traditions, right? Even you could argue some ancient Chinese mythology found its way in there, because we're all dipping from the same well. We're all dipping from the same pool of human experience and human symbology and human mythology. So, and that includes ancient Egypt, right? I mean, there's many ideas of ancient Egypt has made its way through Freemasonry. Also, another thing to keep in mind is in the 17th, 18th, 19th centuries, Egyptology was huge. It was a big deal in Victorian England. That's why, for example, you had so many amateur English archaeologists going and basically grave robbing and grave robbing from Egyptian tombs. And so this love of Egypt kind of made its way into a lot of even our buildings. They always have like an Egyptian room somewhere. I don't think he needs to touch grass, brother Adam. I think, Chris, I appreciate Chris's questions. Um, and I agree with Adam that we are a civic organization and a social club. But that doesn't mean that when Preston and Webb or when the emulation ritual was being developed and published, which was in 1723, if I recall correctly, some Egyptian philosophical ideas didn't get in there. I've actually done interviews with a couple Egyptian archaeologists and Egyptologists, which I really enjoyed. And even the very first book or manuscript that dealt with Freemasonry or Masonry was the Regius poem or the Halliwell manuscript. And that actually mentioned the first stonemasons as being those who worked on the pyramids in ancient Egypt. Um, so, yeah. Or actually, it even references Euclid, right? The Regius manuscript is a really cool kind of manuscript. I'm going to be talking about that during my 24-hour stream. Um, Kind of, if that is considered the oldest Masonic document, the Regius poem from 13, I'm probably getting this wrong, but from 1390, I believe, is the date of the Regius poem. Or the Halliwell manuscript. I like the fact it's called the Halliwell manuscript because one of my favorite TV shows is Charmed, and Charmed dealt with that. What do Tobias, welcome. I think you're new to the stream. I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. You have to be more specific when you say what do I think about Charlie Kirk. I mean, I think the fact that there's a wife without a husband and kids without a father is incredibly sad. Or a tragedy. I mean, call it whatever you want. It's just a tragic situation. I was never a fan of his personally. And I was never a big fan of kind of his ideology or pick your term. Um, but I mean, I'd rather he still be alive, I guess is what I'd say. I'm also not a fan of some of the performative kind of either performative grieving, it feels like on one side of it, or the performative celebrations on the other side of it. I think everybody needs to calm down a little bit with all that stuff. It's just one of those things. It's just a tragic situation. And I don't talk, I mean, it happened while I was streaming. So I mentioned it because the CNN article popped up. So yeah, I think it's very sad. And mostly, I think it's sad that there's a family out there that has one less person in it. Um, Goodbye, Dad. It's always love you. Thank you for being here. Tobias, I think you're new to the stream. As I said, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. And let me know if you have any questions or thoughts on Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear them. And maybe even follow me on um, follow me on Medium. Yeah, there is. If Mantan, well, he is English. Mantan M. I highly doubt that Mantam M. I'm no fan of Donald Trump either by any means, but I definitely don't think that that's the case. It seems to me highly doubtful. I mean, I still hope you hit the like and subscribe button, but I don't. I don't believe that's the case. I think we need to be really careful about casting aspersions like that. Um, well, we got a lot of emojis happening. I think I see popcorn bucket. I was thinking of going to see a movie tonight. It depends how tired I am after this stream. Going to see him in theaters. Yes, it looks like a great movie. But by the way, thank you to everybody who's joined. Well, tomorrow I'm going to do a live stream on Instagram and at 3 o'clock, and then Sunday at 2 p.m. a 24-hour live stream. I love movie theater popcorn too. You look like you got some. My pops is from England. Um, Met a Canadian girl and then moved to Canada. So let that be a lesson to anybody watching this, especially if let's say you're an English mother and you've got a son. Watch out for those Canadian girls. They'll steal your sons and make them move to Canada. Yes, he is. As was both of my grandfathers. Both of my on my dad's side and my mom's side were both Freemasons. Yeah, I've got a pretty good lineage. I am a Lewis. I don't have the jewel. Is that how it's spelled? Luis? I should double check that. I always thought it was spelled Lewis, but I could very well be wrong. So I've never looked into it that close. I never actually got the Lewis jewel. Lou. Okay. I keep thinking I should get it at some. See, I've heard maybe it's different jurisdictions spell it differently because I've seen both. I don't actually know what the official spelling is, or even if there is an official spelling. Um, oh, interesting. 14 votes. You found my medium. We got 7 yeses and 7 nos. We got the hearts coming as well. That usually means Smokey the Clown is back. Welcome, Smokey. I hope that you're doing well. Smokey the Clown, how's it going? Oh, I want to check this out. Hold on just one sec. So it's your first day of work, right? If I'm not mistaken, if I recall correctly, it's your first day of work? Where's this RV session? Well, that's not true, because I know many people who have advanced to higher degrees after smoking. Maybe you shouldn't smoke. You should be healthy. I think Masons have a responsibility to try to be healthy. But having said that, um, you know, I know many who have themselves smoked and made higher degrees. So um, even some who smoke trees have still advanced to the higher degrees. So that's not going to keep you from getting a higher degree. Said as somebody who does not smoke anything because I'm boring and not interesting. I'm attending a discussion by Gerald Sturgill right now on his RV travels. Well, Brother Adam, this is a judgment-free zone, so let's not be judging Smokey. He's a friend of mine. as are you, but we're going to keep the smoking, we're going to keep the judgment out of the streams. Um, this guy's talking about RV life right now. I would really love to take RV life. I'm just right now taking looking at a course right now on Medium Day about RV living. I don't know what those are, Brother Adam, but you're being kind of strange a little bit. That's just, I'll see you tomorrow. Actually, if tomorrow you're going to see me on Instagram, if you do my Instagram live, um, on uh, Sunday, 24-hour live stream starts 2 p.m. and goes until 2 p.m. Goes till 2 p.m. The 22nd. So it should be a very fun 24-hour live stream. I'm doing well. I'm enjoying Medium Day 2025. Lots of really cool stuff. Learning more about how to write well on Medium. There's been a lot of great people I've met. It's been really cool. Yeah, eating too much food will do that to you. You got to be careful how much you eat, or what you eat, especially. I mean, everybody on here could be or could not be, right? I don't check. This is why I'm careful. We don't exchange modes of recognition or anything that should be considered a secret. Um, but beyond that, right? This stream is meant for anybody. It does seem that way. We'll give it a bit more time. We'll see if they'd calm down. So long as they're not saying anything, anything that's getting YouTube banned or any threats, then we're not going to worry about it for now. But we'll see how it goes. Well, I mean, I'm still checking out the Medium Day. There's a lot of different courses and stuff. I'm kind of going back and forth between this and the Medium courses, which has been a blast. I really appreciate the information Medium's giving. Again, I hope that you guys will consider following me on Medium. There is a ton of, there's kind of content, or how do I put this? The medium determines the content, right? There's types of discussions I can have and information I can share on Medium that I can't share as effectively on YouTube, and vice versa. There's types of content on YouTube that I can't share on Medium, and et cetera, right? So the because the medium is different, literally and figuratively, because the type of because the format is different, it means the type of information that can be shared is different. Um, well, you can follow me for free on Patreon, and you can follow me for free on Medium as well. Doesn't have to cost you anything. I guess it's just the electrons, if you're willing to forsake some of those. If you want to pay me on Medium, I'd appreciate it, but it can be free as well. Francis, the I know, Brother Adam, but I'm just saying it doesn't cost you anything. I want to make that clear. I don't want people thinking that it costs money to follow me. It does not. If you want to, you can, but I'm appreciative of people doing it for free as well. Um, I know I have a big forehead. I've learned to accept that about myself, but Francis, if you want to make me feel better about my big forehead, you can subscribe to my channel. Hit the like and subscribe button. And interesting, in terms of the number of votes, it's like um, I think it's like what, 50-50 just about? 56-44. Well, I appreciate that, Francis. I don't mind jokes, but I'd still appreciate if you hit the subscribe button. Seventh generation. What is a generation? So generation is 25 years. I was always heard 30. So let's try 30 times 7. 210 years. So it's possible. Yeah, it's very possible. Um, Freemasonry dates to 1717. It first arrived in America, well over 250 years ago. Don't worry about it, Smokey. People that's part of the cost of being online, right? That's part of the cost of being on the internet is people are going to come in and say dumb stuff. There's not going to be a ton you can do about it. I would hope they would keep all that paperwork. Keeping all the paperwork would probably be really, really cool. I've seen that before. I saw that in Manitoba, where not half the lodge, but every male member of the family, like the father, the brothers, the sons, the cousins, they were all members of the same lodge. So they were a significant portion of that lodge, that's for sure. So that stuff can happen. Cost of doing business, right? For better or worse, it's the cost of doing business online. I don't mind. Like I said, it's still engagement. It's engagement of a sort, but it's still engagement. When you say here, I assume you mean the internet, which, yes. I told you about my story, right? About me making the green bean casserole and how awesome it was. I made a great green bean casserole once upon a time. Uh, well, so I I think I told this on stream before, so you must have missed it. Um, I visited Chicago, one of my favorite places in the world. I've talked about that a million times. I love Chicago. Um, and I went to this was last year in November. And I went to this Thanksgiving Lodge potluck. And as I will often do, I got there early with the intention and the hope that I would, you get there early because maybe you can help out or see how they're doing. Um, so I arrived about an hour, or actually 2 hours before they were scheduled to start the potluck, and the junior warden was preparing the food. Anyways, he put me in charge of the green bean casserole. They had all the ingredients there. I basically gave me all the ingredients. He gave me a recipe and he said, go to it. And I did, and I made a pretty good green bean casserole. I'm just going to say it. I'm proud of myself. It was a pretty great green bean casserole. So, uh, and I also had to make the deviled eggs. And that was a pain, by the way, because I could not properly shell those deviled eggs to save my life, which meant that, like, I was taking off so much of the white with the shell. It was a pain in the ass. But I remember the green bean casserole turning out really, really well. So just gonna, take a moment to say I'm very, very proud of my green bean casserole it was, oh my gosh, it was West Chicago Masonic Lodge. The lodge itself was really cool because it used to be actually a movie theater that was converted. It was built to be a Masonic lodge. After it was built, the members decided that they did not want to move there anymore. As a consequence of that, it got turned into a movie theater. It was a movie theater for several years, and then the Masons ended up moving back into it after the fact. So there you go. Take that for whatever it's worth. But I thought that was really funny. I make good deviled eggs. I mean, I did not do a great job with the peeling of the eggs, like removing the shells. That was a pain in the ass. But once I got them out, I make pretty decent deviled eggs. The key is you need to add Tabasco to the yolks. If you can do that, then you're kind of all set. At least that is my philosophy for whatever it's worth. What is in your deviled eggs? I mean, I'm assuming you add paprika as well. By the way, every now and then I'm going to be off of this stream talking to some people. You'll hear me talking to people who aren't on stream. I'll be in a booth, but I'll come back and forth between us and them type of thing. Well, you're a chef, so you should know. So maybe that was the issue. I ended up trying, and what I tried to do is end up, commandeering a sink and putting it underwater in order to, like, peeling it underwater. That's kind of what I had to do. I felt bad because it felt like I was wasting a lot of water, but nonetheless, um, it was still a very enjoyable. The food was delicious. Like I remember all the food I had. It was like turkey. It was all the stuff: turkey, stuffing, bread, salads, macaroni and cheese. So they say, anyways. So they say. It depends who you ask. There are some people who have decided that they hate green beans for whatever reason. I don't know why, but there are some people who've decided that they hate green beans and will never support them under any circumstances. I like green beans. This stream is a do not knock green bean philosophy. We should all support it. They're delicious. They're good for you. I'm not getting sponsored by Green Bean America. However, if they want to find me and sponsor me, I would very much appreciate it. We're going to say he did, right? We're going to say he did if anybody asks. Will they use the green beans to fuel themselves? That's pretty much my recipe too. But I once made a deviled egg platter for a Masonic meeting actually. And in one of the deviled eggs, I added crab meat. In another one of the deviled eggs, I added some type of like fake caviar. Um, it was really good, but it wasn't obviously caviar because we're not rich. But it was some type of like I don't know, imitation caviar that was a lot cheaper but still really good. And then on the third one, I put a single anchovy on top of the egg, and it was good in each case. So I had good deviled eggs. Is all I'm saying. And you can add a little bit of um, you add also a little bit of mustard to your deviled eggs. That's really good. Maybe it's roe. Yes, salmon roe. All right, all right, society. I think you're new to this stream. I hope you hit the like button. I hope you hit the subscribe button. Let me know how it's going. If you have any thoughts on Freemasonry or any questions about Freemasonry, I will do my best to answer them. I can't make any promises I'll know every answer, but I can try my best. Well, the problem is, though, every single Mason, I think, has their own recipe for green bean casseroles, right? That's the problem. So we'd have to do a contest one day to see who has the best green bean casserole version. That's the key. And the greatest green bean casserole recipe becomes the ultimate Masonic Lodge. I think that would be a lot of fun. I mean, I would say in terms of mustard, the key is Dijon mustard. By the way, I'm still checking out these different sessions and lobbies and everything in Medium Day. It's going really well. Um, all the publications, all the booths. Signing up for the TK app. I'm sharing my TK waitlist card, titanium kingpin. Maybe I'll share it on X at the moment. That is the big secret. They'd be very disappointed if they knew the truth. That's all it is a green bean recipe. All the conspiracy theorists would be very, very sad and very disappointed. Just image copy to clipboard. I'm trying to share something right now, and it's not working. Memory work is okay. As always, memory work is a challenge. But I've always been, luckily, pretty decent at memory work, right? It's never been a huge issue for me as compared to, let's say, some other aspects of Freemasonry. I picked it up pretty quickly. And also, memorization is like a muscle, it's like anything else. Because I'm doing memory work so frequently, I tend to always be picking it up. Um, and always kind of catching on and learning. I can pick stuff up quickly. And I've performed almost every ritual at least once, so that helps a lot too. I'm not anymore. I'm off the line, but I was 18th degree. I stopped at first general. Which means technically next year I could have been most wise sovereign. However, I was too focused on my Blue Lodge stuff to get to to continue moving forward, because Blue Lodge has to come first. It is. I mean, Freemasonry in general is a ton of work, right? People don't realize it, but a lot of people don't realize it. But Freemasonry actually is genuinely a ton of work, whether it's um, especially once you start to get to the master's chairs and the officers' chairs, and maybe become a part of more than one lodge, plus you're part of Scottish Rite, plus you're part of York Rite. 42. When you say, is that meant as the answer to all things in the universe? Are you getting it from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy? He says Freemasonry is gay. I can't, with all the letters. Well, Freemasonry is not gay, nor is it straight. It's not an orientation of any sort. It's a civic organization. We do have, we have members of gay and straight and whatever it might be. Well, I mean, I don't need, I don't think people need to come up with weird rituals. I think if people wanted to do that, they can find ways to do that without needing all the hullabaloo of paying dues to a civic organization. Um, yes, maybe 42 does need to touch grass. Um, but hey, he can think what he will of me. I'm still happy to have him on the stream. I hope he hits the like and subscribe button. He's just very, very incorrect about some things. Rebel Duster says, you can't see it, but he said naked yoga. I have no idea to what he's referring to there. I've done yoga, never naked. I would not want to do yoga naked. I'm so attractive, it would be distracting for everybody else there. So 42, I'm very confused. I've never understood what is meant by that. Because you're not the only one who have claimed Freemasonry is Jewish in some way. As I mentioned before, there are Jewish influences on Freemasonry, but there's also Islamic influences, Christian influences, Egyptian influences, Stoic philosophy gets a lot of play. Um, so where is the welcome back, Sanjeet. I guess my question is kind of where is the that idea coming from? Again, Freemasonry has borrowed from different ideas. I mean, the primary area from which it gets its philosophical underpinnings is actual stonemasonry. It's stonemasons, and it's the kind of taking their tools and their work and turning them into metaphors. Um, that's the primary source of Masonic knowledge. Beyond that, though, I don't get you know, the idea that Freemasonry is Jewish and not influenced by many different things, including Judaism, is a whole different can of tuna. Um, Operative Masonic guilds. Yes, there you go. Sanjita, welcome back. Thank you for being here. I hope you're doing well. Shem Shu. I think you're new to the stream. Shem Shu. I don't think I recognize your name from before. Can you hit the like and subscribe button? I would appreciate it. Um, I mean, yes, Prince Hall is very relevant. I'm not sure what you mean by relevant. Prince Hall is an awesome Masonic organization. Their numbers are declining, but so are the, AF and AM numbers are declining as well. So in 2025, it's certainly a much smaller organization than it was 100 years ago. However, it's still an incredibly important part of our Masonic family. I know a lot of Prince Hall Masons. They're all great guys, and they add a lot to our Masonic craft, and are very awesome guys. Mo says Russian fighter jets bombing Poland and Estonia. I'm curious. I'm going to look on CNN because I'm kind of curious if that's the case. Even though don't worry, I still have Medium Day 2025 up in my computer screen. And I'm still focused on learning as much as I can about Medium. I do not eat ranch on pizza, Brother Adam. I would never do such a thing. Um, I do not see anything in the news about this, so I think Mo might be incorrect. You guys can see it was YouTube hit it, but I don't see anything that indicates that is the case. Unless it was in the past. But it looks like nothing present, at least nothing on CNN. Take that for whatever it's worth. I am no ranch monster. I would never eat ranch. Ranch is gross. Yes, get back to work, Smokey, but thank you for being here. It's been great to have you join as always. I hope you have a great day. Yes, Shemshu, ranch on pizza is feral. I agree with that. And Shemshu, have you been on the stream before? I don't know if I recognize you or not. But like I said, I hope you hit the like and subscribe button. And yes, to answer your question, Prince Hall is still relevant, is an awesome group of guys, and an awesome addition to our Masonic career, or Masonic family, excuse me. Brother Adam got it basically correct. Yeah, it was initially Grand Lodge of Ireland, and then Grand Lodge of England chartered them. And they are represented in all 50 states, plus Canada, plus overseas. Though I'm not sure where all the Prince Hall lodges are outside of North America. Momo, sorry, I looked on CNN. I didn't see anything, at least as of right now. That's not to say it might not be happening. If I go to Google News, let's see. Oh, so The Guardian. NATO intercepts Russian fighter jets on reckless violation of Estonian airspace. That's from The Guardian. NATO intercepts 3 Russian jets over Estonia airspace. That's 5 hours ago. Okay, well, thank you for being back here, Shemshu. I really appreciate it. I talk about Freemasonry on some of these streams. Kind of the conversation evolves or devolves to just include anything that might be happening. Mixed martial autist. Hello, hello, mixed martial autist. I'm not sure if you're saying like autist is an autistic or if you mean artist. You just got it, typo. Um, um, but welcome either way. And thank you for being here on the live. Thoughts on, okay, thoughts on homosexuals. I think they're great. I don't know. I have no thoughts on homosexuals, one way or the other. I mean, I've in terms of Freemasonry, I know gay Freemasons. I've in a few Masonic events. Actually, Masons have brought their husbands to it. So, but it's hard to say because I mean, I don't consider people based on sexual orientation, right? So, um, I've met some homosexuals who think are kind of jerks, and most of them that I've met, just like most people, are really, really kind and good people, right? Whether they're homosexual or not. So they are welcome to join my Masonic Lodge. Um, I guess is what I would say about that. But yeah, I don't judge people based on their sexual orientation. Um, I mean, I can do that. I'm just gonna call him Momo if that's okay. I can do that. I mean, I'll pray for anybody who's in danger or at risk of being in danger. Um, it looks like, fingers crossed, nothing has happened. Looks like there's an interception and they were turned away, I guess. They were there for 12 minutes and forced to flee. But I'll keep my fingers crossed, and I guess we can all send our thoughts for anybody who might be scared, either for themselves or for their family, if they are from Estonia or have family in Estonia. I'm sure it can be quite scary. Actually, I don't know if there's Freemasonry in Estonia or not. I should look that up. I believe there is. There's Freemasonry in Russia and Ukraine. I believe there's Freemasons in Estonia. I'm going to go to another session here on Medium Day 2025. I'm going to go to, let's see. Oh, let's actually go to lobby and find whatever sessions are happening. No, it exists. I mean, they did ban Freemasonry under the Soviet Union. It returned in the 90s. Now, unless something's changed in the last few months, the last time I checked, which was about 4 or 5 months ago, Freemasonry did still exist in Russia. There were several Masonic lodges there. I believe it still is recognized by UGLE. It's recognized by us in Ontario, so my suspicion is it would be recognized by UGLE, but I could be mistaken. I do not know. I do not know who UGLE is recognized or not. I believe in Ontario it's still recognized in Russia, but I could be wrong. Carl, welcome. Thank you for being here. I truly appreciate it. Momo, I can pray for Europe as well. Again, I can spare some thoughts for them. I think everybody is on edge right now about a lot of different things. It's just kind of a scary time. Maybe all we can do right now is, as this next session on Medium says, give ourselves 1% effort, as much as we can in trying to make the world a better place. It's hard to ask people to give 100 because everybody's so exhausted and tired, and there's so much challenges going on. But I would hope that 1% might be possible. 1% to help your neighbor, 1% to help your friend, 1% to help your brother, 1% to Freemasonry, 1% to your colleague, right? Sometimes if you start with that and then move forward, you can do some pretty incredible things. By the way, to everybody who doesn't follow me on Medium, so the question here was, do you follow me on Medium? We have 20 votes. No is still in the lead. Um, by 65% to 35%. For heaven's sakes, let's switch it up. Let's get more people on the following side of things. Follow me on Medium. I am not from Ohio. Do I sound like I'm from Ohio? Um, do I have an Ohio accent? I'm from Windsor, Ontario. I mean, I grew up in Winnipeg. I now live in Windsor, which is about 2.5 hours from Ohio. But I am not an Ohio person myself. Though I love Ohio, it's a great state, a lot of great Masons there. Medium.com/@Adamson hyphen Cameron. Copy and paste that and follow me on Medium. I truly replace it. Rebel Duster. I do not believe in white replacement. I mean, I think it's baloney. Um, I guess I don't know what it necessarily meant by that. I don't feel like I'm at any risk of being replaced, nor do I believe my mom and dad are at risk of being replaced. Demographics change over time. It's just the nature of of human civilization, right? There's almost never been a time when a single demographic, whether it be a race or whatever it is, has continually maintained, maintained the majority in any state or anything like that. Things change over time. That includes demographics, that includes ethnic demographics. I think that's just the nature of not even progress, just time moving forward. Things change. But it doesn't concern me. I'm not as scared of it. However, demographics change, and I don't feel like I'm at risk of being replaced by any means. So yeah, um, I guess what I'd say is, to the extent that demographics are changing and there's more people of different ethnicities or races in Canada, in the States, whatever it is, I don't think it's a problem. I don't think it's an issue. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think people are people. I think we have responsibility as countries that are relatively well off to be welcoming to those who maybe are coming from places where there is less. Um, I have never, I've been to Ohio. How is it possible World War III? Because people do not learn from history, unfortunately. Well, Rebel Duster, I definitely do not believe you on that one. Honestly, Carl, I would not mind if the robots took over sometimes. I feel like me and the robots would get along pretty decently. I feel like we would be okay, to be honest. I'm not saying for sure, but I think we'd be okay. But Carl, yes, hello, and don't forget, it's not too late to follow me on Medium. And it's not too late to hit the like button and subscribe button. I don't think it's already happened. Ohio, like, you want people to take over Ohio first? You want Ohio to be the first ones to get taken over by the robots? Would the robots want to be taking over Ohio first? I'm not sure if the robots, that's the first place they're going to want to go to be honest with you. I appreciate that anything's possible, but I suspect Ohio will not be at the top of their list. No offense to the wonderful people of Ohio, the Ohesians, I believe they're called. Like I said, I do not believe the people of Ohio will want to to, I don't think that's where the robots are starting. Go be on informing and start engaging how knowing your audience turns facts into impact. I may check out that session as well, which could be a lot of fun. How important is natural talent? That's an interesting one. I'm going to jump into that one for a second. If I've been to Cleveland, I will see. Wasn't that where the Drew Carey show was filmed? I'm currently checking out how important is natural talent. And that's actually a very valuable idea within Freemasonry, right? It's the idea of there is a natural talent to being a Freemason. There are certain skills and abilities that make you more likely to be successful as a Freemason. However, you can cultivate those skills and abilities, I think, and you can, through various efforts, make those skills and make those abilities kind of more stronger, right? But yeah, I'm just gonna caption this. I mean, I'm happy. I can't speak for everybody, but I'm happy, or at least I'm trying to be happy. You know, what can I say? I don't always succeed. But, you know, humans have had a few hundreds of thousands of years to mess, millions, if you want to count our ancestors, to mess up the planet. Why not give the robots a chance? You can join for free, Rebel Duster. If you join at a paid level, then it does, if you got like a membership, but you can join for free. There's free options to join. Because when I first got Medium, I joined for free. So I became part of the partner program, but you don't have to do that. Just join for free. It should give you an option and should show you where you don't have to pay. Well, I have found one of the lessons from Freemasonry that I think applies to day-to-day life is if something is not within my control, I try not to let it affect how I feel one way or the other. And unfortunately, I mean, in some ways, fortunately, maybe, this is not in my control. So I'm going to, as much as I can, not allow it to impact the way I'm feeling at the moment, which is hard, admittedly, because it does concern me, but I can't allow things that are outside of my control to impact my ability to feel happiness. I'm not leaving YouTube, Carl. I very much enjoy YouTube. I'm very proud of the audience I've created here. However, I do want people to know I am on other locations as well, including Medium, and I want people to try to follow me there as well. Let me see if I can find the info to get the free Medium site. I mean, I believe human beings deserve a future, and I believe human beings have a home. It's called Earth. I tend not to think about in terms of, you know, white, black, whatever it might be. I tend to think, I tend to think that instead of saying whites deserve a home or a future, I would say I think people deserve a home and deserve a future. My concern is that the human race continues. I think that's what we should be concerned about. I think that's the one thing we should care about. I don't think we should care about how, the color of those humans 100 years from now or 200 years from now. I have no idea what miscegenation means. I'm guessing that means interracial marriage. And I definitely disagree with you on that one, Rebel Buster. I think you and I have many disagreements. That's not to say I don't appreciate you being here. But I think you and I have many disagreements, and it sounds to me like, yeah, I think you and I might just have some disagreements on some things. But I would want the human race to continue, regardless of the kind of the color of the skin of the humans. I think Carl has it right. You go by the person. That's the best way to do it. Um, but yeah, just so everybody knows, once again, Medium is free. It doesn't cost you anything to join. You can choose to join at a paid level. Um, However, you can also join for free. Same thing with Patreon. You can join for free. That might be a fun question to ask. How important is natural talent? Very, some, not at all. But right now we're watching a visual artist produce a painting. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm sure you do, Carl. When you say beautiful portfolio, you mean investment portfolio? Because Momo asked above, um, if I was an investor. I'm not. I know nothing about investing. If you know anything about investing, you're doing better than I am. Though I've had some people on the channel, High Altitude Investing, for example, who talk about investments and the ways that Freemasons can try to maximize our investments. So that's really cool. Well, I have no idea what you mean by that, Rebel Buster. Rebel Duster, I should say. It seems like a very strange thing to say. I mean, it's pretty real. I mean, Canada, Windsor, Ontario. I mean, if I'm, that's a coin. It feels pretty real. Now, if you're saying money isn't real in the sense that the value we assign to individual pieces of currency is not a real value, but rather something ascribed by the government, then I guess that's an argument. But almost everything in the world, the extent to which it is valuable, is something that is based on our interpretations of it and not based on the actual value it contains. Because even if you say, I don't know, wood is valuable because if I'm trapped on an island, I can use the wood to start a fire or to build a boat. But then you say, okay, so why is it valuable for you to start a fire, for you to build a boat? You can say, well, because it'll keep me warm, it'll get rid of me, allow me to get off the island on a boat. Well, why is that important? At a certain point, you're still running into the same problem, right? To a certain extent, for better or worse, value is always going to be in the eye of the beholder and not a real thing. As Carl says, it's what we the people say it is. And why money is gay, I have no clue. I mean, if money is gay, then I am as gay as it comes because I use money every day of my life. So I'm sure someone's going to clip that and it's going to get on the internet somehow. And all six of you will laugh at me as it's just me saying I'm gay as it comes over and over again. I'm sure Rebel Dusters is clipping that right now. I mean, it kind of reminds me of this joke I once heard, which I think is actually true. It was if a straight guy getting hit on by a gay guy is kind of like getting money but in the wrong currency. You can't use it at the moment, but if you ever cross the border, then you know that you're going to be okay. So, like I said, getting hit on by a gay guy is like being giving money but in the wrong currency. But at least it's good to know the options there, if it's ever necessary. That would be an incredible experience, Momo. Bermuda to Newfoundland. How long did that take you? How long of a boat trip was it? I'm guessing it was a very long boat trip. I'm gonna guess 7 hours. No, actually no, because I'm gonna guess 15 hours. I have no clue. That could be completely off, but I'm guessing 15 hours. I have no idea what that means. Like 4,000 kilometers, I know that's a very long distance, but what would be, like, how long would it take to travel 4,000 kilometers by bus? Or by boat, geez. And by the way, if anybody has not done so yet, please hit the like and subscribe button. I've still got medium day happening in front of me. It's going great. Still a good distance. I mean, whether it's 2,000 kilometers or 4,000 kilometers, it's still very impressive. I'm just watching Medium Day 2025, checking out all the different topics and discussions about how to make writing better, what is natural talent, how important is it right now, that's the topic. But while I'm doing that, I'm chatting with you guys and hanging out. A kilometer is 1.7 mile. No, sorry. Um, 1.7 kilometers to 1 mile. KM to miles. Let me just make sure I got that right. So 1 kilometer equals 0.6 mile. So a kilometer is 60% of a mile. So a kilometer is a lot smaller than a mile. Clearly we have an American on stream. Or no, sorry, not American. Clearly we have a Canadian or a European on stream if you're using kilometers. I will say, the old me used to always argue that kilometers was a better system than the imperial system because it's just dividing by 10, right? 10 millimeters to a centimeter, 100 centimeters to a meter, 1,000 meters, right, etc., etc. And so it just makes more sense. However, I've come to think the imperial system is actually probably better because at least it's based on something, right? Like an inch is about a thumb, a foot is about a foot, a yard is about a pace. Like it just makes it's actually based on real things and not kind of an arbitrary division. Hey, I love Newfoundland too, despite the fact that they talk funny. They're a really great location. Apparently, I don't know why. I mean, I've been to Ohio. It's fine. It's a great state. But who knows why we love the things we love, you know? I love Illinois. I love Chicago. I love Glenview. Practice, practice, practice. Practice your drawing skills is what they're saying in this course. You can pretty much do anything if you practice. That's what happens, Dream Seeker. That's what happened. Um, you get, you get yourself older and suddenly you're not cool anymore. I try to tell my godchild that I'm cool and they don't believe me. I tell them, no, you don't even know how cool I am, but they have none of it. I guess to them, I'm just not cool at all anymore. It's one of the problems with Freemasonry. It's so old, people don't realize how cool it is until they get older. You know, they think they're too cool for school, if you will, or too school for cool. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I can't do math, but 19. You had it when you were 19? Make friend? No, you can't make friends with teenagers. Are you kidding? I remember what I was like when I was a teenager. I wouldn't want to be friends with me if I was 35. I don't want to, teenagers are terrible. See, I understand. No way. If a 16-year-old came up to me and was like, let's be friends, I'd be like, no, let's not be friends. I know what I was like at 16, and if you're anything like me, you're an idiot, and I'm just going to stay away because it's just be headaches after headaches. Makes me want to call my dad every day and apologize for being a pain in the butt. Um, I mean, if Europeans go to war with Russia, I mean, obviously I'm Canadian, so I'm going to support the Canadian government, and I assume the Canadian government is going to be is going to be is going to be what's the word making a statement against or condemning Russian actions, especially if they're invading other people's airspace. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed that I'm keeping my fingers crossed that this was not a major escalation, and hopefully cooler heads will prevail. I think we're all kind of hoping for that at this moment. Carl is giving good advice, though. Carl is giving very good advice. Um, yes, we need to be, I guess, subtle if we're trying to make friends. I don't know. I have no kids, so I can't say. But maybe for people in general, like especially if younger Masons joining the craft, maybe it's a good idea to talk to them about how they're feeling. Um, and what are their interests. So we're not focused so much on our own interests, but rather, what do the young people want aside from vampires, or I don't know, whatever it is they talk about. They could be. We never burned our Christmas trees. That must be a like where you're from thing. We never burned them. We always took them to Christmas tree recycling. I mean, that does sound fun. Um, I remember one of my favorite memories of back when I was a kid was going to pick up the Christmas tree. And I have no legs, as most people on this stream know. I'm in a wheelchair. But when I was younger, I would just crawl around, um, on the ground, on the snow. I'd have my gloves and my, snow pants. I remember though, we'd go to this Christmas tree lot, and while my parents were looking around for the Christmas trees, I would go and I would crawl underneath the trees, and it was like these tunnels of oak and pine. I remember it very vividly. I remember loving that. And then I remember my parents being annoyed because they have to crawl under the trees to get me. It'd be a whole thing, but I remember loving it nonetheless. But I never burned a Christmas tree. Clearly, I was missing out on some things, but nonetheless, you know, I enjoyed shopping for the Christmas tree. I enjoyed decorating the Christmas tree. For years and years, my mom always said that she would never get a fake tree or a artificial tree. And then when she got one, I remember that to me was a sign that she's getting older. When she got that first artificial tree, I remember thinking to myself, that's a sign that she's getting a little bit older now. So giving 1% effort. I'm joining this right now on Medium Day. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. Let's check out this stream. Thank you, CW. I try my best. Again, I don't always succeed, but I always try. I mean, I'm sure it does. I feel like I've seen pictures of people lighting Christmas trees on fire, but I've never actually did it. But it sounds like it'd be a really fun, like I said, a really fun memory to have. Again, I'm more with Carl. I find teenagers challenging. I don't even have any teenagers because I had a godchild. I still have a godchild, I should say. But I remember when they were little, they thought I was the coolest ever. You know, I was awesome. I was cool. I knew everything. And then suddenly they're a teenager, and suddenly I don't know anything, and I'm just some loser who's not cool at all. And I was cool, all right? You don't even know how cool I used to be, okay? Just because my godchild doesn't recognize it anymore, because now they're cool and I'm just old. It's nonsense. I'm still cool, all right? Yes, I have to take cholesterol medication now. And yes, I have to take pills so my bones don't turn brittle now, but I'm still cool. I do cool stuff, Carl. That's what I'm saying. Freemasonry is cool. This stream is cool. I'm just saying, why can't my godchild recognize that I am, in fact, still the coolest person that they know? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. All right. I'm just putting that out there. Why can't they recognize it? The Giving 1% Effort webinar is delayed at the moment. Look at all the cool stuff I do with Freemasonry. How that's cool. Look at here, check this out. I know you've seen this a million times, but not everybody on the stream has seen it. Um, right, look at all these pins. How is that not really cool? From all my Masonic travels, right? That should look at from Japan. Japan. I don't know who the coolest is. That's the problem, but it's not me. That does sound really cool, Carl. Actually, I've seen a few Masonic Square compasses where it's the lightsabers are the compasses, and that's really really cool. This webinar is not starting. Let's give it a bit more time. Whew. Well, so I'm not diabetic. Luckily, every time I go and get tested, my blood sugar comes back good. But I do have cholesterol, and they suggested I start taking vitamin D or something for bones. I just do what my doctor tells me. But you're not wrong. I should be drinking more water and less pop. You're definitely not incorrect about that. So, I mean, I agree with you 100% on that point. I got to work on that. But, it's one of those do as I say, not as I do. Be healthier than I am. I don't know what the frisbee that lights up refers to. Well, I appreciate that, Mo. I don't plan to go up to the sky anytime soon, but I do hope you guys will continue to support me on here by liking, subscribing, commenting, sharing, following me on Medium, etc., etc. All that good stuff that helps make this possible. Let's try again, giving 1% effort. See if they've started it. Oh, joining meeting. All right, took them a second, but no, waiting for the host to start. Maybe the host couldn't make it to this one. When you say low lights, do you mean low lights in a frisbee? I'm not sure to what you're referring. Freemasonry has a ton of lights. One thing you'll hear oftentimes referred to is the lights within Freemasonry. Still waiting for this thing to start. There's different, it depends. There's different contexts as to what the three lights are or to what they could refer. There's the greater lights, the lesser lights. I would say for that, you have to join. However, more colloquial speaking, a lot of people refer to any Masonic, anything you wear Masonically that indicates you're a Freemason as your lights. So, for example, if I were to go out and wear these pins, I would never wear them all, but somebody would call them my lights. So, like this one here, and then the three lights is a reference to Masonic, to what is in the lodge. Um, but for that, you got to join. Well, I'm not going to say though what the three lights are, because again, there's the greater lights, there's the lesser lights. There's a lot of different references as to what the lights are in Ontario. It's a little bit different in other jurisdictions. But when I say lights in general, what I refer to is just the idea of wearing like a ring or a pin. I never really heard that expression in Canada. Like Carl, I don't know where you're a Mason, um, but in Ontario, I never really heard your pins or even a bumper sticker referred to as Masonic lights. That seems to be something that's more in the States than in Canada. At least in my experience. I'm just showing my captions. All right. I'm watching the Give 1% effort section, which I think might be a valuable Masonic idea. I think sometimes we in Freemasonry get this idea that we have to either give 100% 100% of our efforts, or we give 0% of our efforts, right? As opposed to, if you can't give 100% effort, give 20% effort, give 10% effort, give 1% effort. Just show up, right? If you can't show up, you can at least write a letter to the lodge. If you can't write a letter, like there's a million things you can do to try and give whatever effort you can. Why would somebody lie about, sorry, Carl, why would somebody lie about being a Mason? Do you mean? Um, I mean, it's not even that they will lie necessarily. Sometimes, sometimes they will lie. And so, in my experience, there are kind of three reasons why somebody lies about being a Freemason. The first is they believe a lot of the conspiracy theories surrounding Freemasonry, which means they believe two contradictory things, right? Um, I'm trying to just show the captions here so I can watch this. Um, it's really complicated. They first believe all of the conspiracy theories around Freemasons having a lot of influence and power and money and controlling the world, but they also believe all the conspiracy theories that to be a Freemason you have to sell your soul to the devil or partake in some type of horrible rituals or whatever it is, right? And because of that, they try to have it both ways. They'll pretend that they're a Mason because they want to try to sneak in and get access to the riches they think we have. But they won't actually join because they're afraid that they'll have to sell their soul to the devil or do something demeaning. It's one of those things where they're kind of trying to have it both ways. The other reason they may lie is just because they think it's funny or fun. You know, there are some people who just like to shit disturb for no reason. Um, and they'll just say it because they think it's funny to try to, carry people along. The third and fourth reasons, actually, there's two more reasons. There's four reasons. They're not even lying, right? It may be that they're just happen to like the symbols and they purchase a ring, they purchase a necklace, they purchase a t-shirt and it has this symbol on it, this ring compass symbol. And then people assume they're a Mason and go up and start talking to them. And maybe they just get too embarrassed to say they're not or whatever it is. That's why I always tell newer Masons, right? You can't assume that somebody who is, you can't assume that just because someone has a Masonic ring or a shirt or whatever, that they're a Mason. You still need to engage with them and ask them to do due process questions. And the fourth is they might not be lying, they might be wrong in that they might have joined a clandestine lodge, which is not recognized as a Masonic lodge, but they may think it was because they joined it or whatever it is. So in that case, again, they're not lying, they're just incorrect. They thought they joined something they did not join. So those are the reasons, if that makes any sense. As Dream Seeker says, to be one, ask one. Also, if you want to know if one is a Mason, ask one. Don't just rely on what they're wearing. And ask for proof. Ask for a dues card. Nowadays, in most jurisdictions, including Ontario, they have digital dues cards. So you should care about those as well. You know? You don't even need to carry paper. You can just keep it on your phone. We're just going to wait for a bit longer. We're going to see who joins. There's no rush at all, but thank you to everybody who's joined. We're just hanging out. I'm taking part in Medium Day. I'm watching a presentation right now on giving 1% and what that means. And you know why I think you can give 1% in your writing, you can give 1% in your work, you can give 1% in Freemasonry, and honestly, it's better than giving 0%. Yeah, I know many reverends who are chaplains. It's kind of a common fit, you know? It's one of those things that you often see happening and you often see taking place. By the way, to the 62% of you who do not follow me on Medium, please follow me on Medium. I love being on YouTube. I love my I love my video Masonic content, but I love my written Masonic content as well. I think I got a lot of really good stuff on there, and I would love to be able to share it with everybody. So follow me on Medium. It's free. It doesn't cost you anything. You can pay for Medium. There's different tiers and stuff, but all of my stuff is not behind a paywall. So, in fact, 80% of all content on Medium is not behind a paywall, at least according to what I learned today. So that's a really interesting little tidbit and piece of information. No, my dad did not get me in. It's not really how it works within Freemasonry. You can't rely on your family to get you in. Your family can help meet, connect you with Freemasons, but the lodge votes, and the lodge will vote based on their view of you. Right now, again, the dad can make the introductions, and depending on how popular or how well respected your dad is in lodge, that can definitely be a mark in your favor. Um, oh, did you mean get me in as in did my dad like grease the wheels, or do you mean just no, initially, yeah, it was my dad that the fact, I mean, he never encouraged me to be a Mason, or anything like that. He never encouraged me, nor did he ever discourage me. Um, I just saw it as something that I thought could make a, I would always join. And I did. I was very happy with it. But don't forget, there's a difference between what gets you in the building and what keeps you coming back. And Freemasons need to remember and understand that there is a difference between the two. Um, oh, the webinar ended. That was a very short webinar. I was 23. No, I was 24. How old was I? Jeez. I joined 2007. Um, I can't do math. I was around 24. I remember one of my favorite Masonic stories, speaking of getting older, is so I was 20, I would have just turned 24. That's right. I just turned 24 in September. So we're upstairs, we're having refreshments after lodge, and we're all in line. And I just mentioned, like, I'm 24 now. One more year, I'm going to be 25. I'm not happy about being 25. I'm going to be really old. And another Mason who was next to me in line, who would have been at that point in his 40s, just turned to me and he just said, "Go fuck yourself," and then just walked away. Um, so he was not accepting any of my. He was not accepting any of my um, idea of 25 as being too old. Yeah, we all feel it. We're all getting older, which I guess is better than the alternative. Medium has, by the way, Medium has a merch store. In an interesting side note. So if anybody's looking for me for a birthday gift, somebody who's spending today supporting Medium, just start writing. It's never too late. It's never too late. I'm a firm believer that it's never too late to join Masonry. It's never too late to start writing. It's never too late. Just start. You never know. I should. I enjoyed doing them before, so I should do that again. They were a lot of fun. And we learned a lot about Freemasonry, right, in our district. So I should, without question, check it out. And those are great things to do in any jurisdiction, right? Do a scavenger hunt of Masonic memorials in your town. If it's a big enough town, there's going to be at least a few Masonic plaques around commemorating a special Masonic event, or the Masons may put out a plaque commemorating the war dead, or whatever it might be. Um, my mom passed away. She passed away from cancer about 3 years ago, which is crazy to think. Maybe 2 years ago. My dad is still alive, though. My dad actually joins a lot of these streams. Harry is his name. You've probably seen him on a couple of them. So, yeah, my dad has joined a few streams here, which has always been wonderful. I've loved seeing him join all these different streams. No worries. You got to feed your cats, Courtney. I support that 100%. You should be feeding your cats. I like cats more than people. I appreciate that, dream seeker, but she had cancer. She had been sick for a while, so in some ways it was a blessing for her to be passing and not in any pain anymore. And I had, my mom for 41 years, 40 years, so I really can't complain too much, right? Some people don't get a mom for any years or get a mom for a couple years. So I got a good mom. I got a good mom for 40 years, so I really can't complain too much. It's a pretty good deal. And my mom was pretty active and involved in Freemasonry. Like she went to a lot of the course, like a lot of the ladies' nights and the dances, and I remember her going out with dad a lot, banquets, whatever it was. It was always fun. It was always a good time. But I agree, it is awesome about my dad, and also, the fact that he has Freemasonry in his life makes me happy because it means even though I live far away from him, I know he's still got people around him who care about him and are there for him and help him out, and that's a really good feeling to know he has people in his life that he can count on. Because as his only son, I want to make sure he's looked after. Let's try a different session. Let's try go beyond informing and start engaging. How knowing your audience turns facts into impact. So you get it, right? But then it's okay because even though you're an only son, you still got your brothers through Freemasonry. Okay, so you have siblings, but your parents gave you a sister, and then Freemasonry gave you brothers. Dream Seeker, 7 siblings. Remind me never to go for dinner at your house. I'll be lucky to get a chicken leg. Um, Sounds like you'd be survival of the fittest around the dinner table. As always, I hope everybody is doing well. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button. And if there is anything you want to talk about when it comes to Freemasonry, any thoughts you have, let me know. I'm just watching right now a webinar um, on Medium Day 2025. Just start writing. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that one just passed, Dream Seeker. It always sucks to lose a family member. Um, so I guess, was it 7 plus you? Either way, just really sorry, or 8 siblings altogether. Either way, really sorry that that you lost one of your siblings. Like I said, it always sucks to lose a family member, sibling, parent, whatever it might be. I'm sure it's really hard. But I'm also sure that you guys had a great life together, and hopefully that is what you remember, the good times. Okay, so 7 kids altogether. That's still a lot. Your parents must have been run ragged. Guy in polo drinking soda. That is right, CIA. That was going to be the name of this channel, actually. It was going to be Guy in Polo Drinking Soda. However, I changed it to Square and Compass Promotions. Welcome back, Slapco. Because we talk about Freemasonry and Square and Compass. Well, Square and Compass is, technically. But square and compass meant to invoke Freemasonry. CIA, even though I would worry about the CIA spying on me, nonetheless, I hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button. Um, would be very much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, Courtney, jump on because once you're on, you just don't have, you can just stay on, right? It doesn't cost you anything. Obviously, if you read my items, that's great. But if you don't, that's okay too. Just having you as a follower would be awesome. And if you sign up to get notifications by email, then whenever I post anything new, or write anything new, you'll get the notification immediately and you'll be able to check it out immediately. But the fact you've been very busy is no problem at all. I am well, Slavko. How's it going with you? Maybe, Carl, the CIA is interested in me. You don't know. They could be. I'm a very interesting person, you know? But yeah, you remember the link, medium.com/at. Let me put it in here one more time, just so people know. There you go. At Adamson_. Just copy and paste that. CIA, you do it as well, all right? We'll get the CIA watching me. It'll make me seem more important than I am. It'll make Freemasonry seem more important than it is, too. Let me tell you. Well, they know me, apparently. Nothing is cooler than being a Freemason, sir. That is where you are incorrect. Nothing is cooler than being a Freemason. Except being as good looking as I am. But beyond that, nothing is as cool as being a Freemason. Interesting. Medium Mega Mashup 2025. I'm going to join this one and see what it has to say. Dude's got a dragon behind him. That's pretty cool. Let's show captions. Well, that's definitely not true, but we'll pretend like it is if makes people want to think that they're cool, or cooler again than we are. But no, that is not the case. Welcome. If you're just joining us, please hit the like button, hit that subscribe button if you're new to the stream. I'm just watching a conference right now on Medium for mediumday.com, or Medium Day 2025. But we're here to chat about Freemasonry. So any thoughts you guys have on it, please let me know, positive, negative, or neutral. I'd love to hear it. That is still the case. Although I think they might be changing that. But to my knowledge, Carl, as of right now, it's still the case that you need to be a Mason before you can be a Shriner. Trying to get the captions on here. Just hanging out waiting to see what people have to say on here. I've heard different things. I'm honestly not positive, but to my knowledge, right now, it's actually, I think right now, it's you have to be not a master mason, but you have to be a mason to join, I believe, is what it is now. But I'll have to double check that just to make sure. But I think it might be that you have to just be a mason. I could be wrong. Not a master mason anymore. But again, don't quote me because I have to double check that to make sure. But initially, it was always you had to be a master mason. Then I believe it switched. Oh, there you go. I guess I'm right. Just waiting to see if anything happens in this chat. If anybody wants to jump in the chat. The Master Mason, you're yet third degree. Oh. Let me see. All right. I'm just taking part in something. So let's see. I mean, I don't know. I think if you are I would say an entered apprentice or a fellow craft is a mason, just as much as a master mason. There is no difference. Midnight tonight is due. Jedi Knight Master Mason, what's the diff? I mean, I think there is no difference. I think every Master Mason could be a Jedi Knight or a Starfleet officer, as is proven by... Oh, do I have the pin, or is it just in coin form? No, I can't remember. I think it's just in coin form. I don't want to go and get the coin. It's so far. And I'm so lazy. I'm so insanely lazy. I gotta go get it though. Just give me 1 sec. And by the way, if you're just joining us, please hit the like and subscribe button. I would truly appreciate it. Let's see. Hold on just 1 sec. I can't even find the coin now. Well, freedom's just another word for nothing left to lose, as they say. See? Starfleet officer. So there is that. I always really like Star Trek, by the way. Well, I wonder if Chris Christopherson was, because, as I'm sure everybody knows, Chris Christopherson actually wrote Me and Bobby McGee, even though Janis Joplin famously sang it. He was, apparently. So supposedly, according to the Old Fashioned Masonic podcast, he was in fact a Freemason. Oh, well then, Dream Seeker, I'm assuming you saw this coin, but if not, I'll show it to you one more time. There you go. So, original series, is that your pick? Or do you have another pick that you... Like for me, I always went with Next Generation as my favorite pick. I mean, the question, as always, is going to be Kirk versus Picard, right? That, to me, is going to be, obviously, the famous battle. For me, it's Captain Picard is the better captain. The next break... Actually, the break is on right now, 4:30 to 5, and then they're starting up again, so... I wish that he had said that at some point. That would have made me very happy. Oh, here it is. 5 o'clock to 5:30. Tarot and astrology as creative oracles. I know some people were interested in that one, so when it pops up, I will share it with you guys. Well, at least share what I'm seeing with you guys as to how it's kind of operating and working. William Shatner, I have not. Is it a nonfiction book? Sounds like it'd be like a documentary almost about him and his life, or at least his life in Star Trek. Dead Guy LLC. I think you're new to this stream, right? So Medium is kind of like a good way to think about it is YouTube, but for writing. I publish a lot of stories, written stories on Medium that focus on Freemasonry. It's a great medium, no pun intended. It's a great format by which to share information about Freemasonry that's not in video form. So I'm hoping I can have everybody follow me on there. Today's Medium Day, so I'm talking a lot about it. I'm attending some events celebrating Medium Day. You go to medium.com/at Adamson hyphen Cameron, and you can follow me on Medium. And Dead Guy, I think your name does sound familiar. I think maybe you've been on this stream before. If you haven't, though, please hit the like and subscribe button. I would very much appreciate it. And tarot cards coming up in 15 minutes. Not my tarot cards. I do have Masonic tarot cards, actually, but a presentation about tarot cards. That's awesome. Congratulations on, I don't know if congratulations is the right term, but that's awesome that you visited a lodge for the first time. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope it was fun. And I hope that you had an enjoyable experience, an enjoyable visit. Good. I'm glad. I'm glad that you had good conversations. And I hope maybe you make your way back to the lodge at some point. But um, if not, if that's your one only visit, then I'm glad it went well. We're just hanging out, waiting to see who joins. Please follow me on Medium. Oh, pancake breakfasts are awesome. That'll get them coming through. But they're going to expect pancake breakfasts at every single event. That's the danger, right? Okay. Like I said, I'm just glad you had a pleasant and enjoyable experience. Like I always say, right, at the start, don't think so much about joining or not joining. Just think about, do you enjoy hanging out with them, and would you enjoy continuing to hang out with them, right? And don't get too caught up in anything beyond that. And take your time and enjoy the process. Don't rush. But I'm glad that it was good. And who knows, maybe one day I will have a brother Dead Guy LLC. I'm assuming that's not your real name, but if it is, then Brother Dead Guy LLC has a nice ring to it. I mean, the real question is what was for dinner. To me, that's the most important question. As someone who I can't cook, but I like to eat. Oh, you're making me jealous. Yeah, a lot of lodges do that. It's not a requirement in Ontario, but there are many jurisdictions where background checks are required part of the are required parts of the application process. Either the lodge requires it, and it's up to each individual lodge to determine, or the jurisdiction requires it in the whole, and every lodge has to do it. But to say, yeah, it's making me hungry too. Not that I had it bad, I had a delicious tuna fish sandwich. So that was worth it. That is true as well. There are a lot of crazy people in the world. So Dream Seeker, it just depends. Again, you want to be careful with that because it depends on the jurisdiction, right? There are some jurisdictions where, in almost every jurisdiction, to my knowledge, there are like, if I don't know, shoplifting in when you're 18 or something, like in my experience, it's almost never as clear cut as 100% yes, 100% no. Generally speaking, for those jurisdictions that require criminal record check, they will, if there's something on it, consider what it is and kind of go from there. So I always tell guys, if you have a criminal record and you want to join Freemasonry, just be honest and upfront and tell them you have a criminal record and what it is and what happened and how you're trying to change and have a better life. And then you leave it up to the lodge, right? But all you can do is ask the question and explain. I don't know about higher levels. I don't know about that, Carl. I think it's just for obvious reasons. They don't want to bring somebody in who, let's say, has a history of violence or whatever it is and has not taken steps to change. Poison Ivy is back once again. Hello, Poison Ivy. How's it going? It's good to have you return to the lodge. I hope you will consider following me on Medium if you've not done so yet. And yeah, thank you for joining. I have no idea what Delta Sigma Alpha is. Um, are you mean like, do you mean like fraternities? Or do you mean the Greek, just the Greek system? And I am doing well. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well also. I have no issue with them. I don't really know much about them. My experience with fraternities and sororities, for that matter, is almost exclusively through horror movies, which I love. So like Sorority Row. But generally speaking, anything that promotes and encourages brotherhood, I'm going to support, including the fraternity system. I know, Grasshopper, it is one hell of a forehead, but since I have such a giant forehead, at the very least you could hit the like and subscribe button to make me feel a little bit better about this ugly face. Would make me very appreciative. Um, I don't know what Kirk's situation means. Oh, I think I do. Um, but nonetheless, I hope you hit the like and subscribe anyways. Um, So again, dead guy, it's really going to depend on your jurisdiction. For us in Ontario, it's shirt and tie with a suit. Other jurisdictions are much more lax. In Texas, I know oftentimes that there's no dress code at all, and they'll show up in jeans and a t-shirt. They'll show up with overalls on. You have to ask your lodge. Here in Ontario, if you're coming just to do an interview and just meet the guys, there usually would not be any dress code. If you're coming for a lodge meeting, it would be suit and tie. I know nothing about the Divine Nine. We're not going to spread any theories as to what happened to Kirk one way or the other. We're going to let law enforcement deal with that because YouTube does not like people sharing theories. And I'm not a fan of it either because if we don't know, we shouldn't speculate. I think that's very, very dangerous to be doing. Okay, I did not know that. Um, well, I mean, people wish I would stop talking so much, so people would not complain about 2 minutes of silence. However, I'm not going to do that primarily because I didn't know the guy, and I think it would be disingenuous. I have nothing. I think every wife should have her husband, and every child should have his or her father. So obviously, I think it's a shame what happened, um, but I don't want to also kind of appropriate a situation that's really not mine to just to appropriate if that's the right term. Um, Okay, Delta, look at Courtney looking things up for me. Unless Courtney, you might just know already, in fairness. One of the nine historic black. So, um, again, anything that promotes fraternity and fraternal orders, I support. The idea of the Delta Divine Nine, I guess, if it's historic black Greek letterizations. I mean, I can understand due to a lot of things, racism, discrimination, pick your term, that black university students or college students in the States would need to perhaps form their own Greek letter organizations in the same way you had Prince Hall, which was a African American or black Masonic organization. So I can understand why that would take place. You know more than I do. I do not know, again, I do not know anything about Delta Sigma Theta. I can only speak to the Greek system in general. Now, if Delta Sigma Theta, if members did something wrong or got in some trouble, which I know is always possible, um, um, uh, then I guess I don't support that. But I know nothing about Delta Sigma Theta. When I see those words, I think of the Shield from professional wrestling. Well, I mean, if nobody goes in the chat for 2 minutes, then we can have 2 minutes of silence. If everybody goes to my Medium and signs up for my Medium, you can get 2 minutes of silence. What I'm going to do though is I'm going to run to the washroom quickly because I have to go like crazy. I will be back very shortly, and then I believe the tarot and astrology as creative oracles um, session will be starting. So give me 2 seconds, and I'll be back. All right, I made it back. What is happening right now? Um, they should have Freemasons in jeopardy. Dream Seeker, I mean, I can't speak to that. I have never had any issue with Poison Ivy. For whatever it's worth, she always asks me really good questions about Freemasonry. I don't know about any personal relationship you guys have had. However, so long as you guys keep it professional and keep it above board, at least here, then no issue. If anybody starts, if she starts saying anything, you start saying anything directed at each other, then that's a different story. But at least for now, like this morning stream, it was enjoyable, and she was very, I'm assuming she, I actually don't know, but I'm assuming she asked a lot of good questions about Freemasonry. So this course, this discussion on tarot, it's not about predicting the future, years of mystical study, or expensive equipment. Instead, it's about breaking out of creative ruts, using symbols as story prompts, creating complex characters, learn tools you can use today. So this is about using tarot and tarot cards as a way to foster creativity. And there's a link to something online, revel.yushin.rip/cosmic-storytelling. Maybe I'll leave a link to that afterward. That's always good advice from Courtney. For a minute, I'll sprint. Good for you, Dream. That's what we're all here for, and you definitely bring the good vibes, Dream Seeker. So it's good to have you join us. So, tarot writing prompt, 4-minute writing sprint, the Empress. Write a scene where the point of view pulls back 1 degree of distance several times, revealing multiple layers of the same moment. Start with intimate first person, move to third person, then distant third person, and then to an omnipresent or cosmic perspective. So they're just asking us to expansion, accumulation, progression, multiplication, cultivation, and emanation. So basically, this is if you get the Temptress or the Empress when you're doing tarot cards, they're asking you to do this prompt where basically you write a scene, but you write it from multiple levels of perspective. So the first level would be the person it immediately happened to, then maybe a close person who saw the event up close, then a person who saw the event from far away, then a universal force of some sort. This reminds me of exercises using a deck of cards. I know there's a type of deck of card exercise where, the hearts are push-ups, the diamonds are sit-ups, the clubs are squats, and the spades are like running in place. And then if you pull a 3 of hearts, you do 3 push-ups. If you pull a 3 of diamonds, you do 3 sit-ups. If you pull a 10 of spades, you run in place for 10 minutes. Kind of thing. Tarot for story, the 3-act, 3-card draw. Card 1, beginning. Ordinary world, inciting incident, starting point. Card 2, middle. Conflict and crisis. Transformation, dark night of the soul. Card 3, end. Resolution, new understanding, changed character. So card 1, the beginning. Then you kind of, whatever card you get, you kind of base that on how you're going to tell your story. And the characters, I guess, in each instance or in each case. Everybody who's joining us, thank you for being here. Please take a moment, hit that like and subscribe button if you're not done so yet. I would truly appreciate it. I think it depends on the type of tarot card deck, because there are different types of decks with different numbers of cards in them. Right? I think unlike, like Vegas decks or whatever, I don't think there's a standard, 52, if I recall correctly, 52 cards in a deck. I don't think that's the case. $54 with the 2 jokers. How does it? How many numbers are there in a deck of cards? I can't think now. Okay, the jokers. So I was right. That's what you're thinking of. I mean, how can I figure out the jokers when I'm one of the jokers, right? So. But I agree, we should not forget the jokers. Astrology for character development, writing exercise. So I was right, it is 52. The character connection. Before choosing birth details, spend time with your character through free writing, meditation, or character interviews. Get a sense of their essential energy. Imagine them celebrating their birthday, do a party, a family dinner, a night alone. Step 2, intuitive birth details. Now think about the actual day of their birth, the experience of their parents, the hospital or birthing room, the doctor, midwife. What is that scene? Birth season, what time of year feels right for their energy? Um, Birth time, is it early morning, afternoon, country, region, or to match their background and your story? So basically, how do you develop characters? I mean, I don't know if you guys saw, but I have a Masonic tarot deck, which I really love. It was a really cool gift I got when I visited a lodge in, I think it was Pennsylvania, if I recall correctly. So that's a really cool thing that I got to do and love doing. Um, think outside the box with your Masonic stuff, you know? Think outside the box. Okay, 78 major cards. What's a Bible dip? That sounds like a weird dance. I have no idea what that means. A friend of mine, Cameron Bailey, actually has talked about tarot and the Masonic connections in tarot several times. It's really, really cool. Like I said, it's not something I know much about, but I'll show you guys my Masonic tarot cards if I can find them. Just give me 1 second. Let's see. I know they are. Yeah, they're right here. All right, I've shown this before, but my Masonic tarot cards here. Oh, okay. Like I said, I've never heard of that before. I mean, if it works for people. I think, like anything, a lot of this stuff I don't take literally. However, if it's something that can help you become more creative or get the kind of give you a piece of guidance, why not? Give it a shot. You know, here's one example of my Masonic tarot cards. Right now, they're saying astrology for character development writing exercises on this thing. Um, this is the your apron for your entered apprentice. I don't have a Masonic Bible. My dad has a Masonic Bible. I never got one. We didn't really do that in my lodge. I mean, I can still buy one, but there's no real point if it's not used, right? You kind of have to use it to get initiated and passed and raised so you can get everybody to sign it. Otherwise, it kind of, to a certain extent, defeats the purpose a little bit, I think. Well, I did not. I mean, unless they gave it to me without my knowledge, but I'm pretty sure I've never had a Masonic Bible. The Bible that we used actually for my degrees is no longer in the lodge. It it went to I think it was donated somewhere because Our chaplain, when he was district deputy Grand Master, gave us a Masonic Bible. I'm back. Canada beat New Zealand in the semifinal. Good for Canada. Most lodges don't. The idea of every entered apprentice getting their own Masonic Bible, that's something that's much less common than you seem to think, Carl. It happens, but I would say even in my travels, it happens maybe 25 to 30% of the time, maybe 35 at most. So that must make you happy, Dad, that the Canadian team beat New Zealand, unless you were cheering for New Zealand, like a traitor or something. They're just talking about using astrology for character development. Any problem with casting an astrological chart for an animal? That's interesting. They're saying if you're trying to write a character, can you create figure out what you think their horoscope should be and use the signs? I mean, I have no Bible. That is true. I have no Bible in my house. Um, I think it's a pretty standard position throughout the world, throughout all the various jurisdictions. Um, well, but don't forget, not every Master Mason is Christian, right? So many Master Masons are, many Masons, I should say, are Jewish, Muslim, First Nations, Wiccan, Hindu, Sikh, whatever it might be. This is way too there we go. The big 6 core personality foundations. Rising sun, how others see them. The mask your character wears in public, and their instinctive approach to new situations. This creates a gap between how they appear and who they really are. You could honestly apply this just to human beings and the way we act and interact with each other, right? What masks do we wear as human beings? Sun, what drives us at our deepest level? What is our essential nature? What are we trying to become or express to the world? How to process feelings, what makes us feel safe, how our subconscious patterns, to what extent do our feelings conflict with our desires? Which is one of those things too where, again, from a Masonic perspective, we could think about this in terms of our membership, right? When we're struggling with membership or getting members to come out, we could ask the question, what is driving our membership at its deepest levels? Versus, do they have any conflicts with what they want at the deepest level and what they're expressing to the world versus how they're feeling at the moment? There's Venus. What are they drawn to? How do they express appreciation? What are their relationship patterns for friendship or otherwise? How they take action, how our members assert themselves, handle anger or competition. This talks about their conflict style and potentially conflict resolution style. And Saturn. That is, I guess, what our members' maybe deepest insecurities are, their biggest challenges. Reggie. Well, Reggie, I don't believe you were shot 122 times, nor do I believe you went to Atlanta to say any words, but I do hope you'll hit the like and subscribe button nonetheless. Then there's the other 6 factors. Stellius, when 3 planets cluster in one house or sign. 12th house. Chiron, character's core wound or greatest source of pain, but also their potential for healing others, often becomes their superpower. Major aspects, challenging aspects, creating internal conflicts or harmonious aspects. Growth and comfort zones versus needing to develop. Retrogrades. How does the character learn? I mean, I can guess what the favorite word is. They do. Santa Claus does visit. Um, so I mean, this is kind of trying to write. They're talking about this in terms of fictional characters, but I think you can. I think we can apply this to human beings in the same sense. When we're thinking about humans, maybe think about them as characters and ask ourselves, okay, what are their motivations? Even our membership. John Smith isn't coming to lodge. We're not seeing him regularly. We can ask the question, okay, what is John Smith's motivation? What would motivate him to either come to lodge or not to come to lodge? Right? What is he trying to express in the world, either by attending lodge or not attending lodge? We could ask, how does this person process feelings? What makes them feel safe? What makes them feel not safe? What creates conflicts in them? Are they not coming to lodge not because they feel physically unsafe, but because on some emotional level, they feel it's not a safe space, right? Right? How do they form relationships with people? How do they form friendships with people? How do they deal with conflict? If there's a lot of conflict in the lodge, are they the type to stick around and see it through, or are they the type to dip, right? Then you look at the other signs. What are the greatest character strengths that this Mason has? But also, are there weaknesses? For example, if this member has trouble with memorization and gets really nervous and has no confidence talking in groups, is it worth encouraging him in that? Do we have to recognize, though, that that's something he's struggling with? And we need to think about those things. Those are, maybe his comfort zone is to be quiet and not get involved in things. Maybe this Mason's growth direction is what they call it here. His growth direction is actually trying to be forced out of his comfort zone into learning more what he can do, and the fact he can actually speak in public. It's about moving from the comfort zone to the growth zone. Well, Carl and Bridge, I think we're going to have to stop with some of these statements. All right, so everybody just calm down a little bit. We're not going to be talking about Adolf, other than for me to say comfortably, he was a very bad dude, and I'm comfortable leaving it there. And I think he was very terrible for the world. Right? What are the challenging aspects that this member is dealing with, and how can we try to create more harmonious aspects for them? So if the challenging aspect is, again, they don't have self-confidence, their comfort zone is to not be involved in things and not put effort into, not be the center of attention, and we're pushing them in the growth direction of being involved in the lodge more and public speaking and being the center of attention. How can we make them feel more comfortable in that scenario or in that situation? All right, Bridge Little. Well, I think I'm going to put you in timeout. Once this chat over here catches up. I do not know who Patrick Starr is, but I will assume he's a very handsome fellow. All right. Astrological character analysis. Again, I don't personally believe in horoscopes, but this is a really interesting course because it's talking about when you're creating a character, How do you understand that character's motivations? How do you determine that character's challenges? I think we can apply this to Freemasonry. Yes, we're dealing with real people, but at the end of the day, no different than a character, those people will have motivations, both positive and negative. They'll have strong points and weak points. They will have comfort zones. They will have growth zones. How can we, as a way, try to figure out what some of these different motivations are, especially if we're trying to get somebody more involved in Freemasonry, we're trying to get somebody back to Freemasonry. What are the motivations that they have? What would be motivating them to come back? What's going to motivate them to not come back as well? Right? I think both are important questions. I think sometimes when we're, even for me, when I'm trying to think about how to get people showing back up within Freemasonry, where we've been around to lodge for a while, I'm not spending enough time thinking about the extent to which they are, like what their motivations are. I tend to think you should just show up because you're a Mason and that's good enough. You need to think about, clearly being a Mason is not sufficiently motivating for them to show up. So you need to ask the question, what would be motivating enough for them to show up? No worries, Dream Seeker. And I mean, one of the beautiful things about Freemasonry is it does kind of push people out of their comfort zone into, for lack of a better term, their growth zone, where they're forced to do things that cause them to grow as a person, such as if they're nervous about speaking in crowds, it kind of forces them to speak in front of a crowd. Not a crazy crowd, not hundreds of people. It'd be nice, but oftentimes maybe dozens or a couple dozen. So I think one of I mean, they use the term here, and it's a good term. It's a good idea. Growth zone versus comfort zone. I think one of the things that Freemasonry can do really, really well is move people. Well, it's just the idea, Dad, of what are the motivations that will get somebody to return to lodge, and what is motivating someone to stay away from the lodge, right? Both are equally important to think about. So if you have a member of your lodge that is not showing up, it's easy to think and say, well, he should show up because he's a Mason, but clearly that's not sufficient. So then when you're talking to that person, you need to think about what will motivate him to show up. Maybe he's really interested in Masonic education. So if you start telling him he should show up for the social hour, that might not be a motivating factor to him. You need to figure out what motivates him to attend lodge, and how can you bring that in. And also, could it be that, let's say he gets really nervous speaking in front of groups, and he's just stopped attending because, having to perform his ritual, having to perform his proving of his degrees, he's just too nervous. It's not within his comfort zone. And how do you get him to move from his comfort zone of being quiet and not the center of attention to a growth zone, in the sense that he's growing out of his fear, he's growing to be confident, he's growing to be confident within his studies, within his public speaking abilities. Motivating someone to put in the effort necessary to maybe do something that feels a little bit uncomfortable, but that can nonetheless help them grow as a person. Well, we're not going to use wine, but I appreciate that as a theory, Carl. It's not the worst idea ever, but let's try to think of some other ideas first before we go that route. Would be my suggestion. I think he'd figure it out. I appreciate the idea, but I think he'd figure it out. We're giving a bit more time. We're going to see who joins. As always, thank you. Sometimes too much confidence, and certainly you should not be doing that and then having the confidence to drive or anything like that. But I appreciate the point, nonetheless. That's pretty funny, Carl. I'll give you that. That's pretty funny. Well, yeah, hubris is a real thing. The Greeks warned us about it, right? The Greeks warned us about it with Icarus flying too close to the sun. So, but nonetheless, they did. We just finished. Welcome back, Rondo. We just finished basically a session on using tarot and astrology to develop characters. I was saying how you can take the idea of certain character traits, and if you think about a person as a character, you can kind of do the same thing. You can ask the questions of like, okay, what are their motivations? What are their strengths? What are their weaknesses? And you can use those kind of ideas to help you better create and better understand how they may fit into Lodge and why they're showing up to Lodge or not showing up to Lodge, why they're hesitant to take an office position, all that good stuff. But Rondo, how's it going? Yeah, they're almost finished. We're at, there's a couple hours left to go. My battery is doing okay. If it ever gets too low, I'm not going to bother plugging it in. I'm just going to recharge it and end the stream because it's a pain in the butt to use this thing to recharge. That's one thing I need. I need a charger that, like, doesn't bend when I'm trying to charge my phone upright. Sorry, not me, Carl. You're out of luck. And by the way, to everybody who says, right now the poll questions, 31 votes, 61% don't follow me on Medium, 39% do. So for heaven's sakes, follow me on Medium. You know you want to. Oh, it is. My battery is what keeps this going. Interesting. Journal your way back to yourself. I probably should have taken this course actually because I've talked a lot about the importance of keeping a Masonic journal. This is a big part of it. But my battery, looks like it's finished. My battery, this phone is the real MVP. There's no question about that. That and caffeine. That and caffeine are keeping me going. But Rondo, how is your day going? And are you going to be joining me for my stream, 24-hour stream on the 22nd, or 21st of September at 2 p.m., going through to the 22nd of December at 2 p.m. One of the things we're going to start with is going over the Regius manuscript, or the Holywell manuscript, which is all about the first Masonic document that dates to 1390. Some really cool references there in that manuscript that you'll kind of, if you pay attention to Freemasonry, you'll recognize. And if you are a Freemason, you'll definitely recognize. Digital Global Traveler, are they up right now? Wonderful, thank you so much. And maybe you'll win a free Patreon tier. For 1 month, every 2 hours, I'll be doing a Patreon tier where I will be um, um, giving away like a free month. And as part of that free month, if you win it, you get correspondence with this commemorative postcard of the Windsor Masonic Temple, which is really, really cool. Hello, Ryan. How's it going? I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for joining. And thank you, Dream Seeker. I truly appreciate that. I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to jump onto a booth with like a round table. You'll still be able to hear me. You won't be able to hear what I'm hearing necessarily, but you'll be able to hear me talking to some people about my writing, and hopefully you'll find that interesting. And it'll be kind of, and I'll kind of try to go back and forth on this a little bit. I don't know how this is going to work. I guess we're going to see. I think it's going to be really interesting, put it that way. But I think it could be cool. But Ryan, it's good to see you. I started at 8 a.m. because I've been taking part in the Medium Day 2025, which started at 8 a.m., learning about better ways to write and communicate via Medium. So that's been really, really fun. No worries. And welcome if you are joining us. Please hit that like and subscribe button. How's it going? Very serious. Oh, it comes off and on. I'm kind of talking to some other people, so I got like a couple of streams happening at once, so I'm trying to like balance them out. No, no, I'm a writer on Medium. I actually what I write about is Freemasonry. Um, but the I thought this would be a really good place for me to jump in on quickly because the old one of the what's it called? One of the I should know this. It's a writing day. Two words synonyms. One of the synonyms for Freemason was always traveler. Um, we and it dates back to our stonemason days, but we were expected to travel. We are expected as Masons to travel and visit other Masons around the world. I've been lucky enough to be in Mexico, throughout all sorts of different parts in America, the Philippines, Brazil, and England to visit Masonic lodges and Masonic brethren. Yeah, I was just in Manila, and I actually have written a lot about. Sometimes I write specifically about my travels as a Mason, but also like what Masonic travel means and how it can be a little bit different than, let's say, travel for tourism or travel for work, right? Masonic travel is kind of its own thing. It's kind of unique. So, well, so Masonic's travel is different than other travel, and everybody can hear this because I got, like I said, a couple of different streams or whatever. For everybody can hear me talk about this because it's important, I think. So, the first way it's different is this idea of jurisdiction in Freemasonry. So there's something called recognition. So in Freemasonry, a lot of people think incorrectly, but a lot of people think Freemasonry is like a single organization that's global. But rather, Freemasonry is jurisdictional. So, for example, I joined Freemasonry in Ontario. So the governing body, yeah, yeah. So the governing body that kind of I belong to in Freemasonry is in Ontario. But Ontario has recognition with Masonic lodges and Masonic bodies around the world, right? But I need to make sure that when I'm going there, wherever I'm traveling to, if I'm traveling as a Mason and I want to sit in their lodge or visit with them, I need to make sure that I'm sitting with a place that is recognized by my jurisdiction. Otherwise, anybody, I could just go and start Cameron's Masonic Lodge, like in my bedroom or something, and charge people money. Like it's a way to control that people are being legitimate when they call themselves Freemasons. So you need to pay attention to your jurisdictions and who is and isn't recognized. Every year you get a list of which jurisdictions are recognized. And that doesn't mean, like, if I'm traveling somewhere, let's say, and somebody has just started a brand new Masonic lodge and it's not recognized yet, I can still meet with them and talk with them. I just can't attend one of their meetings, type of thing. Making sure outside of having all the paperwork that you need to travel, so your visas, your passports, that's just for regular travel. Making sure that I have my Masonic dues cards with me, and my Masonic identification. So again, I can go to a lodge, especially if I don't speak the language. I can just show that to them to prove I'm a Mason, I belong to which lodge I belong to. Do you travel with your Masonic apron? Yes or no? Right? Stuff of that nature, right? So there's a lot of unique factors that go into it. Being good enough to, I mean, it doesn't always happen. If I'm traveling for another reason, let's say like work or just vacation, I might not get around to it. But generally speaking, taking a few moments to contact the lodge you'll be visiting in advance to let them know, hey, I'm coming, in case they have dinner and they need to get numbers for how many people are going to serve. But also, so I can confirm, do they have a dress code? Like in Texas, I've traveled there and their dress code is overalls and wiping your shoes on the mat. Whereas when I was in Brazil, the dress code was suit and tie. So knowing that stuff in advance. So yeah, and then obviously, I've argued a bunch of times that as a Freemason, we need to care about like where we're traveling to. So just remembering, I mean, I suppose you could say this even as a citizen of the world, but as a Mason, you want to be extra careful to be respectful of the customs of where you're at, of who you're, having all your paperwork done so you're not causing customs a headache, supporting local businesses, not haggling, right? Just remembering that you're representing Freemasonry when you travel as much as you're representing your own country, or whatever it is. So I always argue for that as well. But yeah, I think I got this, I think I copied and pasted it. like this is one of the stories. I talked about my trip to Freemasonry, my trip to a Masonic lodge in Puerto Vallarta. Um, so if you guys want to check that out, but yeah, I don't, just for Medium, which is for just my stuff. Oh, you know, which publications am I part of? I don't know if they count as like sustainable cities. I'm trying to remember which publications I'm eligible for now. Um, I'd love to. Yeah, that would be wonderful. Um, I think I might have tried to sign up for it today already. It's digital. Yeah, I think I left a comment. Um, no worries. But but yeah, I think I mean I have the tattoo here. For years, and I don't know if you can see it while it says traveler, right? For years, Freemasons were called travelers, and there was kind of an expectation, not really at forced, somewhat not forced, but just a general expectation that you would travel and you would visit other lodges as much as your finances and your time would allow. And yeah, and again, I think, unfortunately, I know this is, fortunately, I do think sometimes Freemasons have fallen away from that a little bit. So I'm trying to encourage Freemasons to remember that one of the greatest privileges of being a Freemason is I can fly to Manila, find the square and compasses, knock on a door, and they'll let me in and feed me, and I can sit with them and lodge, and it's a really special feeling and a really special part of what it is to be a Freemason is the travel aspect. Oh, it was wonderful. It was really really wonderful. I mean, the first day was terrible because something happened on. It had to be the airplane. I must have ate something, but basically, thank heavens, none of my Masonic events were planned until day two. Because day one, I got off the airplane, I made it to the hotel, and it's gross, so I won't tell you exactly, but you can imagine. But basically, I could not leave the bathroom for about 10 hours. But thank heavens, because I went on, as you would know, right, the Filipino Independence Day, the 12th of June. And so there's two Masonic, this goes to what I was talking about travel. There's actually two Masonic bodies in Manila. One is recognized by my Grand Lodge, the other isn't, but they're all great guys. So it's one of those things where it's like you have to be aware of that, and yeah, I have to go. It's a whole thing. But I visited with both groups of guys. It's just one of them I couldn't go to their meeting, the other one I could. It was a whole thing. But um, so the actual Independence Day, I went to the main park in Manila, and at the statue of Jose Rizal, who was a Freemason himself, right, both sets of Masons were present, and they did a presentation, and they had a wreath with the Turin compasses on it, and then both groups of Masons, drove me back to their Masonic buildings. They both fed me, gave me some pins. It was really really cool, and they were really cool guys. So it was a blast. Travel was dangerous back then. Yeah, no, I think that's a really great example. And, sometimes us Freemasons, we like to kind of big ourselves up a little bit. But what you said is a perfect example, right? At the end of the day, it is a social club, it is a civic organization, and it really is not that different than a knitting club or a poetry club, right? And so it's very, yeah, yeah. I mean, like I said, there's more administrative hoops because of the jurisdiction, but at the core, it's the same basic principle, right? So there really isn't much difference in you going and finding a knitting club on Google and hanging out with them, and me finding a Masonic lodge. Except sometimes they make me wear, yeah, no, yeah, and that's a perfect example, right? And with the one difference of maybe they make me wear a suit and you don't have to do that. It's the same basic idea though. And yeah, and that's something I love, right? I love going around and when you travel and even when you're not expecting it, you see a building with the certain compasses on it, or you see somebody with a shirt with it on. Just like for you, I'm sure when you see like somebody with the knitting, like you see a knitting club is meeting at this place. It's a great feeling. Yeah, yeah. There's a huge one there. Uh, just 1 second, Ryan. I'll let you know. I'll let you know for sure. Nice. Yeah, I've heard of it. It's funny. I always tell guys they have to be careful, like newer Masons, because the symbol kind of became so popular and ubiquitous that a lot of people will buy rings or jewelry or a shirt with it and not know what it is. They just like how it looks. So it doesn't necessarily mean they're Masons, but if it's a big enough building, it is the case. I will say, in terms of just travel, one of my favorite meals, the best meal I ever had in a Masonic event was actually because someone asked me, was actually in Brazil, in Rio de Janeiro. It was celebrating the 90th anniversary of Freemasonry in that city, basically. And the meal was, I mean, the food in Rio was always great, but it was the best meal I've ever had. Was in Rio de Janeiro at a Masonic. It was at the British Commonwealth Club, if I recall correctly. But it was very, very good. So it was pork with apricots. So it was pork stuffed with apricots. It was, which that in of itself, right? It was um, truffle. It was mashed potatoes with white truffles. It was, which honestly, it was okay. I'm not a huge. Oh, I think we lost him. Can everybody else still see me? Okay, all right. It was white truffles with mashed potatoes. It was this pasta that was like a leek pasta. So it was the noodles, but then it was like fried leeks, which was legitimately the best pasta I've ever tasted in my whole life. And then oh, it was so good. And then they had this stuffing that the stuffing was honestly just average, but everything else was so good that I didn't mind average stuffing at that point. And then it's funny because that's the best meal I ever had. The second best meal was in this little town called Ruthven, which is also Masonic travel. I point out to guys, one of the things about the type of travel in Freemasonry is most of the time people think of travel as I'm traveling out of the state, out of the province, out of the country. They imagine if it's like 3 hour drive is travel or five, whatever it is, right? There's like a minimum, there's a certain distance you have to go. But in Freemasonry, like in my town, there are 7 lodges. Lodges means types of people. There are 7 there are 7 lodges or 7 Masonic groups that all meet in the same building, just different nights of the week. So Masonic travel can mean going to the same place you always go, but going on a Tuesday instead of a Monday and visiting a different lodge. Um, yeah, but so that's also how Masonic travel is different. But I was saying this little town in Ruthven, Ontario, which had maybe 30 people living in it or something, but they were a central town, so we had a big Masonic event there. And they had a giant dessert table. And like the meal itself was actually not that great, but the dessert table was huge, and it was like every type of pie, every type of cake. And I found out after the reason is because that is the location of a pastry school. So so I mean the dessert more than enough for it because I love pie. So oh, it's so good with coffee. That's the best. Anyways, I got to run, but yeah, I will definitely keep an eye out for digital travel, digital global or global digital travel. Um, what I can do is yeah, I can copy it again. That's for a specific story. That's the one of me in Puerto Vallarta. Um, like I said, there's ones of me going to Puerto Vallarta, Florida. I don't know, Texas, Los Angeles. I haven't written about Rio or the Philippines yet, but it's on my list to talk about. Well, I mean, I posted a lot of that stuff up on social media as well. So, um, yes. What's if you don't mind me asking, what are you on Blue Sky? I'll see if I can find you right now, just so. I am doing well, guys. How are you doing? I hope everybody is doing well over here. All right, I'm gonna try the Sturge. Oh, yeah, I got you. All right, I'll follow you there. And perfect. And then, yeah, well, I'll share all my Masonic travel stories with you. And thank you guys so much. All right. I enjoyed your talk, by the way, very much. It was impressive. And I think it's a topic a lot of people are interested in. So, very good job. All right. How's it going, guys? That was fun. I hope you guys got some good information from that. I was basically taking part um, in a group session on um, the Digital Global Traveler Group on Medium Day 2025. But I thought the information I was providing was pretty valuable, so I figured, I figured it'd probably work. But I hope you guys are doing well. Let me know. Did I answer your question, Ryan, about the meal and the best meal I ever had? And Dream Seeker, welcome back. And Ferez, I'm doing well. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well also. And Ryan, did the meal I was talking about sound good to you too? Because I can assure you it was delicious. Thank you. And like I said, the battery's still holding up for now, so we'll go for a little bit longer, I think. Shouldn't be an issue. But I hope everybody else is doing well, and thank you all for being here. Please, if you're new, hit that like and subscribe button. I don't know if you guys can hear my cat in the background. My cat is really going to town on his food. He must have been hungry. I fed him enough. Like I fed him just a couple this morning, but he must have got hungry at some point. By the way, Mr. Keeps, if you're in there, my cat says thank you because my cat snuck and stole a whole bunch of the tuna that you purchased for me. So I opened up the tuna, put it on the counter, went to get something, and then when I came back, all the tuna was eaten. So there you go. We're just going to give this a bit more time. We're just going to wait to see who joins. And as always, anything you guys want to talk about about Freemasonry, positive, negative, or neutral, please let me know. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, etc., etc. Oh, I love apricots. I was saying my favorite meal ever was pork stuffed with apricots. My favorite Masonic meal ever was pork stuffed with apricots. It was so good. It was absolutely unbelievably delicious. But I don't know about butter toast, Courtney. See, this I got to disagree with you on a little bit. I am not a fan of butter as a general rule, especially not when it's mixed with like anything else. So I don't mind like butter on toast, but I don't want to have butter mixed with jam on toast. That is where you lose me, sir. Daniel Sleazer, what's the damn shame? That I don't approve of butter on toast? Because I don't, and you can't change my mind. So here's what I'll say, Ryan, because you're incorrect. Butter can be on toast, and butter can be on toast if there's nothing else on the toast. But if you're going to put peanut butter on the toast, or jam on the toast, or honey on the toast, then no butter should go on the toast. And I am sticking to that. That is 100% the case, for the record. It's funny, one of the things I remember from my trip to England years ago, this would be my last trip to England I was staying at my uncle's place, and he asked me what I wanted for lunch. And I said, I don't know, what are some options for lunch? And he goes, I'll never forget it. He goes, we can do beans on toast, or we can do cheese on toast, or we can do tomatoes on toast, or we can have, oh my God, what was the other one? We can have eggs on toast, or we can have um, jam on toast. I remember I said, why is everything on toast? I was like, what? Do you have things that are not on toast? And he goes, even when they had spaghetti, they put toast underneath it. I cannot figure it out for the life of me, but British people, apparently, for some reason I don't understand, seem to really love toast. I don't know what it is. I choose not to ask these questions, it's just one of those things. I will knock it, Courtney, because I've tried it. Butter with peanut butter, because it ends up being that the peanut butter doesn't taste as good as it did, and the butter doesn't, it's just, butter kind of ruins the flavor of anything it touches. But I will take plain toast with butter. Like I said, if there's nothing else on the toast, then it's not a big deal. Then it's perfectly fine. Were you at Coffee Club this morning, Ryan? I hope it went well. That is true. Courtney is correct about that. That's okay. No worries at all. It happens. Not a big deal. Not a big deal at all. There'll be more, right? There'll be more. It's been great in terms of, by the way, today, taking part in Medium Day, I've got several people clapping. I've got a lot more people following my profile. I've got 570 followers now following my profile on Patreon, or sorry, on Medium. No, I can't. Unfortunately, I've got a whole bunch of work I have to get done here. I announced it so people knew, obviously, so people can attend if they so choose. Unless I were able to get everything done that I need to get done, which I don't think I will be able to. I just don't think I could. I kind of wanted to, though. It would have been a lot of fun. I'll take butter with, again, I'll take butter with a potato, but I would not take butter in a potato if you then added something else. Well, actually, that's not true. With a baked potato, you can have butter and cheese or something. That works because the butter melts, and it creates like a butter sauce. So I'll allow that. I will allow that. Oh, my battery's now at 15%. That is one thing I need to purchase. I need to purchase a battery pack that actually, I'm gonna check out this session. Oops. The hows and whys of reading like a writer. I can see that as being valuable. I thought you were having salmon for dinner tonight. You changed on me, Courtney. Unless I misread it, which is very possible. I definitely do not want to go to Detroit for a new iPhone. I like my iPhone very much. The issue isn't the iPhone. The issue is the charging port. There's no way to like with the current charger I have, you can't really balance it under the phone and it just creates a headache. So, but I like my phone. I know they have special chargers too. I just can't find them or special charging dockets or ports where basically you can stand it up like this phone is now and you can be charging while you are you can be charging while you are talking or while it's in this orientation and it's not an issue. But if I tried it, I don't know how it would work. I may have to. I may give it a shot and try it anyways, um, and see how it goes. Right now, I'm watching the how and why of reading and writing, and how it can help us be, how reading and writing helps us become better writers. Or editors, I suppose I should say. We're just giving it a bit of time. We're just waiting to see if anybody else joins in. And then once again, if you are going to join, please hit the like and subscribe button. Follow me on Medium. Today is Medium Day 2025. And we'll see who wants to join. Probably what I'll do is I'll end this stream around maybe another 20 minutes. A, to give my phone a chance to charge. And then B, I can go to more of these sessions and just hang out and chat with people. And it wouldn't be so kind of challenging to chat. No sushi tomorrow, which is actually I say that I'm not a huge sushi fan. I love seafood, but in terms of types of seafood, usually sushi is one I don't like as much. I still don't mind it though, but it's not my favorite type of seafood. For me, my favorite type of seafood is actually shellfish. So I love oysters, I love mussels, I love clams. I love, I very much love lobster and crayfish and shrimp and fish. Like I said, if it swims in the sea, it's my favorite type of food. Hey, pale ginger ale. That rhymes. That sounds awesome to me. Yes, no, thank you, Dream Seeker. It was a blast to have you here. Again, follow me on Medium so you can see some of my written work. Don't forget to join me on the 21st for my 24-hour live stream, talking all about Masonic history. We're going to start with the Regius manuscript and then kind of go forward from there. Talk about the Anderson constitutions, all that good jazz. But I truly appreciate you being here, Dream Seeker. Thank you so much. We'll be ending the stream pretty soon anyways. Really, at this point, I'm just watching stuff on Medium Day and waiting to see who wants to comment or join in on anything. No worries, Underground Thomas. I hope you enjoyed everything I had to say thus far. I hope it made sense. Right now, like I said, we're watching just a book about the necessity of reading a lot to make you a better writer. I'm watching it and I have the captions on so we can see what they're saying. And the way that they pull from like when the benefit of reading a lot as being able to pull from different sources to kind of make you a better writer. And that's kind of like Freemasonry. The reason you travel as much as you can is to make yourself a better writer. How is it going, Dylan? Good to see you here. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining. Please hit that like and subscribe button. Well, I know you're already subscribed, actually. Please hit that like button. We're just doing Medium Day 2025. I'm hanging out, watching different sessions. I engage in a few different groups. No worries, Courtney. Thanks for being here, as always. Let's give it. Oof. Once my camera gets down low enough, my phone gets down low enough, I'll probably end this stream. Salutations, Alonzo. How's it going? Don't forget to follow me on Medium if you get the chance, if you've not done so yet. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for jumping on. But right now, it's just hanging out and waiting to see who joins and who jumps into the chat. But I like, again, for me, the thing I really like about this as an idea is they're saying you read a lot and you read a lot of different writers and you read a lot of different styles and you read a lot of different authors, styles, formats, fiction, nonfiction. But the more you read, the more you can pick up in terms of techniques and skills and practices, and then you can incorporate those within your own work. You find the things that speak to you in a fiction piece and a nonfiction piece, and what you do is you kind of apply it to your own work and your own writing. And I think Freemasonry is much the same way. What we need to do in Freemasonry, the reason we need to travel as much as possible and see as many different Masonic meetings as possible and take part in as many different Masonic experiences as possible is because the more we do that, the more we see, the better we will be enabled to take what we like and apply it to our own Masonic experience. It makes our ritual better. It makes our lodge meetings better. It's a really incredibly vital and really incredibly important part of the Masonic experience. So always make sure that you are, like I said, that you are engaging. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say original branch. The craft lodges, the first 3 degrees, the blue lodges, would be considered the original branches of Freemasonry, right? The rest of it is kind of you can question which came first and second. A lot of people would say York Rite came first. I wouldn't really buy that per se. Or but the craft lodges, really not even the Master Mason. The original branch would be the Entered Apprentice and Fellow Craft degrees. If I recall correctly, the Master Mason degree did not arrive until I don't even remember when, 1723, I think it was. So 5 years after they had the first 2 degrees. Um, uh, Basically, Freemasonry, as described by the Regius manuscript, would be the original branch that I would go with. But I do hope everybody is doing very well, and thank you everybody who's joined so far. We've got, let's see. And it's interesting because I will be talking about Masonic history and what I know about Masonic history in the 24-hour live stream. So that'll be really fun. So if you're interested in Masonic history, then by all means, I hope you will join me for that session. It's going to be an absolute blast. My 24-hour live stream, it will start September 21st at 2 p.m. and it will go till September 22nd at 2 p.m. And September 22nd, by the way, is my birthday, so that'll be extra special. So you can all come and celebrate my birthday with me. We'll hang out, and we'll chat about the history of Freemasonry. I'm gonna do giveaways on my Patreon every couple hours. Give a gifted Patreon membership. It's going to be really, really fun. I'm looking forward to it quite a bit. And by the way, if anybody on here does not follow me on Medium, then I hope that you will change your mind. Use the link that I've left a few times here and follow me on Patreon. Sorry, follow me on Medium. All right, we're probably going to end this stream very shortly. I'm just going to wait on a couple more minutes, see if anybody else joins. But once my phone gets to less than 10%, I'll probably have to turn it off. And that way I can just focus on finishing off the day with Medium. All right, guys, thank you all so much for, let me see if we're there now. Still 11% battery. So maybe I will stick around for a couple more minutes and we'll just see, like I said, if anybody else joins. Dun, dun, dun. Still at 11%. Like I said, I don't plan to jump off the stream until we get to the 10%. Let me go to this one actually. The ultimate structural skill in a world of AI sameness, breaking the simulation. I'm going to show the captions. All right, I think we're going to, like I said, we're still not under 10% yet. That was my goal. So on the off chance we had some people jumping on at the last minute to say hello, I'm not going to quite leave the stream yet. When I'm watching a presentation about the ways that you can write so as to differentiate your work from AI. I guess that's becoming a big problem. A lot of people are writing more and more, even unintentionally sounding like they're writing for AI, and how we can avoid doing that. Still at 10%. All right, guys, I think I'm going to end this stream, but thank you everybody who's joined so far. And don't forget the 21st, 2 p.m., 24-hour live stream. Hope to see everybody there. All right, guys, bye. And thank you, Medium, for a great day, which is still going on.